Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Off and running on a Monday morning edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thank you for being with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, what we saw last night in Buffalo, Bills and Patriots and New England getting the last-second win in a divisional battle. We'll also take a look at the best games we saw on Sunday in Week 5, including that wild finish between the Titans and the Cardinals. That was something to behold. And we'll choose a winner of the weekend as well before we focus on the Chiefs and Jags tonight in Kansas City. Chelsea, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. Our perfectly logical squad parlay did not hit, but imagine the people that did a parlay on the Titans and the Panthers. Moneyline parlay. That would have won this weekend. The Buchanan Messenger household parlay would have won this weekend. It's crazy.
Oh, man. There were some great games in the NFL. Just a great weekend of football. I love that we're in the thick of it right now. where you get upsets, and it doesn't matter if it's the college or the pro game. You get games you don't anticipate, results that you didn't think was going to happen. This is really the best time of year, at least for me, because you're right there and you got baseball in the postseason. We talk about that as well during the next 3 hours, but everything's going on right now. I had some pumpkin beer over the weekend. That was great. The fall weather is here. Love it.
Well, my point being is that it's not very often that we get to celebrate a Victory Monday in our household, because Jake is a Panthers fan and I am a Titans fan. And the fact that they both happen on the same weekend, Jakes, this is something huge in our household. And it might be the only Victory Monday of the entire season for the Titans.
Well, how did you celebrate? How are you going to celebrate then?
I mean, we don't celebrate. I mean, Jake's not even here. So that was a bummer. He's away at a baseball tournament. I don't know. We celebrate by not wanting to drive into oncoming traffic. We celebrate by celebrating the fact that local radio is not going to be completely depressing this week. So I guess there's some celebration in that.
Yeah. All right. Let's hear about your bets and then get to Sunday Night Football. Only one bet on the card, but it was a winner.
Yeah, props continued to be pretty profitable for me. Had Garrett Wilson of the Jets, 60-plus receiving yards. He finished with 71 in a game that had a ton of points. This was a very back-and-forth game between the Cowboys and the Jets. Jets didn't really show much fight, but all we needed was Garrett Wilson, their number one receiver, to get his prop, and he did. So that's a dub.
Nice job. I went 1-1 on the weekend. Had Texas laying 4.5. That was a loser, but had Cincinnati on the money line against Iowa State. That was a winner. Then I was going to ask you about this. I know I tweeted at you for a hot second on Saturday, but that period there where it looked like Cincy was going to run away with it, and then there were 5 flags in 8 plays. I'm like, I was that guy. The fix is in. What is going on here?
It was brutal. I was all over that game, that matchup, but I was seeing flag after flag after flag, and I was like, they're in the pocket of Iowa State or something.
God, I'm sure looked that way. But we got a dub nonetheless. Donkster went out on a limb, took the Saints on the money line against the Giants, and that was a winner as the Saints get their first win of the season, 26-14. So we wrap up last week. Chelsea 6-2-1. I go 7-2-1, and the Donkster 4-1 here on the Daily Tip on a BetMGM Network. Double D's Degenerate Parlay. Odds of 3,413-1, but the parlay goes 5-7. And the Squad Parlay, oh, so close. We go 4-1 overall with odds of more than 15-1. Vanderbilt plus 10.5 at Bama ended up getting us. Great to be with you on a Monday morning. And last night in Buffalo, the Patriots pulling off the upset over the Bills 23-20. The Patriots getting 8 points. They're plus 360 on the money line. Total set at 49.5. The under hits. Revenge game for former Bills receiver Stephon Diggs. And he puts on quite a show. 10 catches, 146 yards, including 119 of those yards in the second half alone. And then game tied at 20, 15 seconds to play. New England with this to win it.
For the lead, right down the middle. Borregales nails it. And the Patriots take the lead.
Mike Tirico with the call on NBC. Andy Borregales from 52 yards away for the dub. How about the Patriots? They have now won back-to-back games for the first time since winning 3 straight in 2023, and they have a winning record for the first time since starting the 2019 season, 8-0. Seems like a long time ago, but this was a very competitive game, a divisional game. A lot of people were on the Patriots. We were on the Patriots, and now we got a fight in the AFC East.
Absolutely. This feels like a Patriots team that in no world felt 8.5 points worse than the Bills. I don't know what they were doing with this line, but I think a lot of people jumped on it for that reason. Divisional game. And plus, Drake May has been so impressive this year, especially what we saw from him in the second half of this game, going 13 of 14 completions in this game. And plus being able to weaponize, the best weapon that you have in a game that's obviously huge for him in throwing the ball to Stephon Diggs. Then you look at the Bills and it felt like a lot of self-imposed wounds in this one where the penalties were out of control. 11 for 90 yards. They had 3 turnovers in this game, including an interception by Josh Allen and some really uncharacteristic fumbles. Early on in this game, it felt like somebody had too much popcorn. They could not hold on to the ball, both teams. But in the end, the Patriots get the win, and this is a big one, upending one of the last few remaining undefeated teams in the NFL.
Yeah, I didn't know what to think about the Patriots going into the season. And I questioned a lot of the experts and the pundits and, people in the wagering space who were saying, watch out for the Patriots, watch out for the Patriots. And you know what? I was absolutely wrong. The Patriots look like a very well-coached football team. They've got some warts like a lot of other teams do this time of year. But when you watch the way Drake May plays and you see Stephon Diggs showing out, Ramondre Stevenson, 7 carries, 14 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, you're finally seeing the Patriots sort of rise from the dead after the Bill Belichick era ended the way it did. And now, I still think the Bills are going to win the division. I think most people feel that way. But it's not going to be maybe as easy sailing as maybe we thought it was going to be a few weeks ago. Patriots look good.
Yeah, I think the lesson is that there is no team in the NFL that's absolutely dominant. And usually that's the case. And so I was kind of waiting for a spot to see, okay, maybe the Bills will show some weaknesses. Because also you look at their schedule, and I understand that first game of the year, nobody knew that the Ravens were going to absolutely implode. But after that, it was the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Saints. So yeah, they had all these wins, but it was a bunch of cupcakes. It's like looking at the University of Georgia's schedule, normally. But obviously Josh Allen is the reigning MVP for a reason. And it's not going to surprise me if the Bills are still one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl come this January.
Yeah, Sean McDermott was saying it after the game. We just sort of beat ourselves, and he was giving credit to the Patriots. But also, when you have 2 fumbles and an interception, 3 turnovers overall against a good football team, and New England is a good football team, you're probably going to end up on the wrong side of the ledger more often than not. Josh Allen, 22 of 32, 253 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the Bills' 14-game home winning streak comes to an end. Buffalo has just been so tough when playing at home, but I'm kind of glad that we see a competitive division now that maybe surprises us. So I still think Buffalo down the stretch with Josh Allen as their MVP, and this is just a setback for them. Just in the NFL, it's hard to win each and every single week, particularly in divisional battles, and so we see that across the league each and every season. But are you a believer in the Patriots moving forward? When you look at a game like this, do you say, okay, it's pro football, it happens, or do you think down the line, maybe we're talking about the Patriots at the end of the season as a team that maybe has an outside shot at making the postseason?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think that they have a chance to make the postseason because of what we've seen from Drake May. I will say this, even if it's not this year, Patriots fans have a lot to look forward to because Drake May looks like that guy in New England. And especially when you have a coach like Mike Vrabel, which we know firsthand here in Tennessee, that even when his cupboard is not completely full, he is very good at getting his team up for these big time games where even when there is a talent discrepancy, he's going to field a competitive team. And that was kind of based on that was part of the handicap for me, getting 8.5 points. Did I think they were going to win outright? No. But the future is certainly bright for New England.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, going back to the quarterback class from a couple years ago and how these guys are sort of developing with their different teams at a different rate. You have Caleb Williams in Chicago, and the Bears come to D.C. next Monday night, so that's going to be exciting. But he's coming off his best game as a pro against the Cowboys secondary. It looked awesome. Jaden Daniels was a superstar last year. He looked really good yesterday in his return after 2 weeks. You could tell that entire Commanders defense just elevated for a number of reasons, but certainly because JD5 was back there. And then you've got Drake May playing really well for the Patriots, and they're different types of quarterbacks, so of course the pace is different, but he looks great. So, that was one of the strongest quarterback classes we've seen in a long time in the National Football League. Michael Penix Jr. in the top 10, Bo Nix in the top 10 as well. He got a dub yesterday. So, man, these second-year quarterbacks are really starting to show some of those flashes that made them high draft picks in the first place.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with Drake May. But I do think we need to mention the defense in this one because it's not just, a quarterback who lives on an island. He is on a team, and you need pieces around him because this was one of the reasons why I think a lot of the people thought that the Patriots were in store for a big year is because they had a ton of cap space that they could spend, and they spent some of that money on shoring up the defense. And last night, they did a great job of stopping the run. When you have an electric running back like James Cook and Josh Allen, who's also behind the line of scrimmage, sometimes it can be really tough, to stop the run. But they did that pretty well with James Cook last night, allowing him to only rush for 49 yards on 15 carries, 3.3 yards per carry. So that should be noted as well. It's not just Drake May, it's the fact that this defense has improved a ton as well.
Since we're talking about the AFC, can we talk about the Ravens for a second? Oh, my God. Get destroyed by the Texans yesterday, 44-10. And I'm looking at the odds of BetMGM. The Ravens right up there at the beginning of the season, right behind the Bills, maybe neck and neck to win the Super Bowl. Now they're 17-1 to win it all. They're sitting at 1-4. And I know a lot of people think there's going to be value on Baltimore when Lamar Jackson returns. I got to say, and I'm not just looking at this game, but when you look at how they perform as a team, I mean, for the majority of the season and showing just like zero signs of life yesterday, they're so banged up on defense. I think it's going to be a lost year for Baltimore. And I know there's been kind of some whispers that maybe John Harbaugh's job is in question. I don't think that's the case, but the wheels are falling off in Charm City.
Oh, absolutely. But this is what we kind of saw from the defense even before Lamar Jackson got hurt. So when you have a defense that is that spotty and you don't have an MVP type quarterback, running up the score, you're not going to have a chance in a lot of games. So, this was a much needed respite for a Texans offense that so far has looked absolutely terrible. But the fact they put 44 points on this Ravens defense, and obviously when your offense can't get first downs, that goes into the defense as well because the defense is constantly on the field. So, some that goes on the offense. But still, this defense wasn't even good when Lamar Jackson was the starter. So it feels like they're on a similar path as the Bengals because obviously Joe Burrow does the same thing for that offense and a terrible defense. But the difference is at least the Bengals had a decent start to the season. Meanwhile, the Ravens have just one win to their name.
Oh, they're so bad. Let me ask you, I feel like you've thrown this out a couple times. Do you think Harbaugh's job is in jeopardy?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think they like him there in Baltimore. I think he's kind of past his due a little bit. They can't get over the hump, and now without Lamar Jackson, the team is literally nothing. So if that's the case, why is he here?
I mean, I'm kind of coming around to that idea. I thought they would punish the Texans, or at least try to a little bit on the ground. Derrick Henry was ineffective yesterday. Cooper Rush, who is one of the better backup quarterbacks, he couldn't do anything. But it's the Ravens' defense. I mean, I know at the end of that game they were playing a ton of second stringers. It certainly was not their first unit, but still losing 44-10 in embarrassing fashion at home against a Texans team, which is meh. I mean, it's not good for your job security, and I don't see how Baltimore pulls it together even when Lamar Jackson returns because the defense is so bad, and even with them, they haven't looked stellar. This could be one of those years where you just lose the locker room and everyone knows based on expectations you're not going to get it done, and people quit. I don't know if it happened yesterday in Baltimore, but it's trending that way.
I think it depends on how many games Lamar Jackson is out. Because if Lamar, misses 3 or 4 games and the Ravens have a bad season, I think it's tough to fire somebody like John Harbaugh, who does have a very good track record of success. Because who are you going to hire that's better than him? That's always the question. And I understand people have their questions about him in the postseason, but I don't know. I think that on the surface it looks like that. But I think they need to think long and hard before they let him go.
I agree. He has a longer leash than most in the NFL because of his tenure and because he's won a Super Bowl. And, in a couple weeks, I guess we'll see if the season can be salvaged or not. Certainly, if anyone can do it, it's Lamar Jackson. But also at the same time, Lamar doesn't play defense, and they're a mash unit back there. It doesn't look like they're going to get any healthier anytime soon. So bad loss for Baltimore. But a good one last night for the Patriots as they take care of business against the Bills. And Drake May starting to come along. I know Dylan's happy about that. Coming up next year on the show, more from Week 5 in the National Football League, including the Eagles being grounded at the link, which is something we haven't seen in a long, long time. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. This is The Daily Tip. It is great to have you with us here on the BetMGM Network on a Monday.
In 20 minutes, the crew hands out their MVPs from the weekend in sports here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Monday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Jinx, she's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, desperation in the desert turns into a miracle win for the Titans. Adam Schefter tweeted this out last night. Titans overcame an 18-point deficit to beat Arizona. Panthers overcome a 17-point deficit to beat the Dolphins. Broncos overcome a 14-point deficit to defeat the Eagles. The Saints overcome an 11-point deficit, beat the Giants, and the Commanders overcome a 10-point deficit to beat the Chargers. I mean, if you're betting on these games and you're following these games, especially if you were initially on what you thought was the right side, we saw a lot of variance yesterday and a lot of games switch at the last second, some really crazy beats. So just like it always is in the NFL, you never really know until the end.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why you stick around. And I think Cam Ward was saying that at the end of the Titans game is that, like, we are far from a flawless team. In fact, remember, he called the Titans team ass, and Brian Callahan got mad about that. But, you know, if you stick around and stick with it, like, maybe you'll be at the right place at the right time. And that's literally the only way that the Titans won this game. Because we had two disastrous game-breaking plays by the Cardinals in which they pulled a Deshaun Jackson where they dropped the ball before they got into the end zone, and it was a touchback. And then that really crazy play that should have been a Cam Ward interception, then it fumbles around, you know, the other team drops it, and the Titans recover it in the end zone. So, like, that's not something that you're sitting there watching that game like, oh, yeah, the Titans are going to come back. No, it took two really wild plays for them to even be in that game. But I will say this, Cam Ward deserves some credit for running a flawless 2-minute drill and getting his team down the field, because that was the biggest 2 minutes of the game, and he absolutely delivered in that moment. So he does deserve his flowers for sticking around and being very resilient in that moment.
Well, let's get to that game then, as the Titans upset the Cardinals 22-21, and give people a taste of what happened in this game. If you didn't see it, it was just absolutely wild. The Titans getting 7 points. They were plus 325 on the money line, total set at 42, the over hits. And this game looked to be all over in the fourth. Amari DeMarcado for the Cardinals, if you've not seen this highlight, rushes for what looks to be a 72-yard touchdown and then would give the Cardinals a 28-6 lead. But he drops the ball in celebration just before the goal line. Like, how many times are we going to see a play like this? So it's a touchback, and then Arizona falls apart. Later in the fourth, Titans down 21-12, and then it is blooper reel time.
Clock running inside of 5 minutes. Ward goes through his progressions. Everyone covered, slings it back. It's deflected and picked. Taylor Demerson, and then the football came out. Who recovers? Tennessee for the touchdown in a crazy sequence.
The Titans end their 10-game losing streak. And I just have to say, I saw someone, who was it, losing their mind on Twitter. Because imagine if you're on the Cards yesterday and DeMarcado is at the one, about to put Arizona up 28-6, and the early celebration means it's a touchback. Titans football. I mean, and then you lose outright. Like, you don't even have a chance of covering that number with Arizona laying 7. I mean, my God. I don't want to say it's a bad beat, but it's a squirrely one.
Oh, yeah. I think you definitely deserve to be a little angry about that one, especially if you had the Cardinals in Survivor. Because I know a lot of people that looked at this Titans team and said, ain't no way that team's winning. And I would have agreed with them. But here's the thing. Like, that's what makes Survivor so difficult. It sounds so easy on the surface when you say, hey, all you have to do is pick an outright winner in the NFL. It's simple, right? But we've seen chaos and a huge dose of it, and it's only October.
Here's the thing. I have some advice for NFL players if you're about to score a touchdown. Pretty simple. You just wait an extra beat, an extra second, and then you cross the goal line first. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you tuck it high and tight, and you get into the end zone, and then you release the football. I mean, my God, we saw A.D. Mitchell do it for the Colts last week in a game they probably should have won. That turned the game around. And then yesterday, DeMarcado, right there at the goal line. This is probably the dumbest play in sports when you have 6 points right there, and the only reason why you don't get it is because you release the ball early. Are we going to have to start teaching this to our youth? Guys, you got to cross the goal line, and then you can release the football. Like, these plays are unacceptable. There's just no excuse for them.
Yeah, it just feels like this is a fundamental thing that obviously we are teaching to the youth because, 5-year-olds sometimes forget this, but people who've been playing football their entire lives and get paid a very handsome sum of money to be good at football, like this is something that you got to have, if nothing else, not to let your team down, because I would imagine he's got to be feeling absolutely terrible right now, especially the fact that the Cardinals lost the game. So I will say this. I do think that he will be much more focused in the future because the only thing worse than doing this is doing this twice. Because wasn't that the thing with Deshaun Jackson is that he did this multiple times? So do not make yourself in the image of Deshaun Jackson. Learn from your mistakes. If it happens once, okay, at least you learn from it.
I think Santana Moss is telling me that he was coaching like a football camp last year, coaching receivers. And half these receivers getting off the line wanted to do like some sort of TikTok dance before they ran their route. And he's like, bro, he's like, get off the line of scrimmage and run your route. Like, stop sitting here dancing and doing all these moves. Make a football move. And so that's an exaggeration. Like, I don't think this is happening across the country, but certainly there is, sort of an infusion of how am I going to celebrate as opposed to I got to cross the goal line first.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in the NFL where the margin for error is so thin. Like, ask these NFL head coaches how hard it is to win week in and week out in the NFL. Like, look at us. We're in October 6th, and there is still not an undefeated team remaining in the entire league.
Yeah. Bills taking that L last night to the Patriots. Titans, by the way, head to Vegas next Sunday. The Cardinals visit Indianapolis and the Colts. How about we go to Philly where the Broncos stun the Eagles 21-17. The Broncos getting 3.5. They were plus 170 on the money line. And the underhits with the total of BetMGM sitting at 43 and a hook. At kickoff, the Broncos down 14 points in this game. Bo Nix leads them on 3 straight scoring drives in the fourth quarter.
Back they go to Ingram. Balanced and dives. Touchdown, Denver.
Call courtesy of CBS. Nix goes 9 of 10 for 126 yards in the final frame alone. The Eagles lose for just the second time in 22 games going back to last season. And once again, those questions about the Eagles offense, particularly after this game, are going to start being bandied about again, which is, okay, you guys are a good team, but are you not maximizing what you can do when you're on 0?
Yeah, but I'll say this. This is a really tough defensive matchup. Like, the Broncos, we know their secondary is all world, leading the way with Pat Surtain, reigning Defensive Player of the Year, and we knew that it was probably going to be a quiet game from A.J. Brown. And I know that is not great for him and his mentality, but that's just kind of the matchup. But you'd say it to yourself, at least we have Saquon Barkley, who was the best running back, bar none, in the league last year. But once again, he's bottled up when he only has 30 rush yards on the ground, which is almost hard to fathom when you have such a good offensive line and also a quarterback like Jalen Hurts who can run as well. You would think that that is a very tough run game to stop. So the Broncos certainly deserve some credit there. But let's pause for a second because I think a lot of people look at the NFL and they say, hey, if a team's not undefeated, they shouldn't be, getting credit for maybe being the Super Bowl favorites. Let's rewind to last year. The Eagles last year started the season 2-2 with losses to the Falcons and the Bucs. Let's rewind to the year that the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. In 2023, there was a stretch during the Chiefs season where they lost 4 of 6 games. The NFL is just really tough to be dominant. And like the only dominant season I can think of was the year that Tom Brady and the Patriots went in the Super Bowl undefeated. And what do? They lost in the Super Bowl to Eli Manning. So it's one of those things where I think you can still lose games to good teams and still be considered the best team in the NFL.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Success is never in a straight line, especially in the NFL. You just want to be trending the right way. And it's just too competitive of a league to march through undefeated. You're going to have some low points or some times when you lose 2 or 3 games. The question is, can you recover and get it done and go on a run in the postseason? Interesting thing about the Eagles when you talk about Saquon is, we're through 5 weeks now. If someone had bet me before the season, hey, I'll bet you that Saquon won't rush for $100 or 100 yards, I should say, in his first 5 games, maybe bet me $100, I'd be like, yeah, you're on. And here he is. So it's not just A.J. Brown. Maybe we focus on A.J. Brown because he's the one complaining the most, but Saquon hasn't got it going either.
Absolutely. Like, this whole offense does not have good numbers across the board. So if you're going to say to me, like, the Eagles don't deserve to be Super Bowl favorites, maybe that's where you start. And you say, okay, this offense is not operating on the level that it operated last year. And it starts with Saquon, because obviously any team is going to be much more effective through the air when you can get the run game going. But right now, Saquon Barkley has 267 yards through 5 games?
Yeah.
Last year, there were games in which he would have over 200 yards rushing, and we just haven't seen it. And maybe it starts with, like, the big explosive plays, because last year, I remember playing like clockwork. Saquon Barkley over his longest rush. But here are his longest rushes this year: 16, 13, 12, 10, and 17. Like, he doesn't have those big explosive runs anymore.
Yeah, it's really weird, and I don't know exactly what it is. I don't necessarily think he's slowing down. I just think that whole offense as a whole has kind of hit this middling point where, despite all the talent, if everyone else were producing outside of Saquon, I'd say, okay, maybe something going on with Saquon. But right now, it just looks like for some reason, whether it's scheme, whether it's how defenses are playing them now, maybe they've gotten too predictable, whatever it is, teams have figured them out for now. So a loss for the Eagles, but still, if you look at the odds of BetMGM, plus 750, so the third favorite to win the Super Bowl. Broncos are on their way to London for a Sunday game against the Jets. The Eagles, right back at it, short week for them. They had to visit the Giants on Thursday Night Football. Maybe the game of the day was in Seattle. The Buccaneers edged the Seahawks 38-35. The Bucs getting 3.5 points. The Bucs plus 150. Total set at 44 and a hook. The over hits. Both quarterbacks catch fire in this game. Baker Mayfield, 29 of 33, 379 yards, 2 touchdowns, and Emeka Egbuka again stepping up.
3rd down, 15, Mayfield. Winds up, throws, caught, touchdown! Egbuka right on the money!
Woo, Kevin Hart with the call on CBS. Egbuka, 7 catches, 163 yards of the score. Sam Darnold had a great night. Great afternoon. 28 of 34, 341 yards, 4 touchdowns. But he's picked off late by Levante David, and that allows the Bucs to get the game-winning field goal with just seconds to play. So Tampa becomes the first team in NFL history with 4 wins by 3 points or fewer in its first 5 games. Man, Tampa is feisty.
Oh, absolutely. And we were wondering if situationally this is going to be a tough spot for him, because coming off a very physical game against the Eagles, and you have to go all the way to Seattle, which is not a short hop, skip, and a jump from Tampa Bay, to play at one of the toughest home field environments in football. But that's what we've come to expect from Baker Mayfield, is that he's gritty, that he's a winner, that he's a gamer. So he certainly deserves his flowers in this one. I did not see this game being the instant classic, but I couldn't have been happier to watch both these quarterbacks. I found myself kind of rooting for both teams because Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold have kind of followed similar paths, in the NFL, where both of them at one point played for Carolina. Both look really terrible there. But now they found themselves as veteran quarterbacks who can lead a game-winning drive. And I know it wasn't the case for Sam Darnold, but still something to be said for going 28 of 34 and 341 yards. And until that last interception, he had 4 touchdowns and no picks throughout the day. So what a game.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I know a lot of people will pick on Darnold and say, oh, that interception at the end. But listen, when you put up 35 points on offense, you should be able to win every game in the NFL. You'll take that every single weekend. But a great game nonetheless, and also great for uniforms. I mean, the classic Seahawks uniforms from the 70s and 80s, and the Bucs wearing the creamsicle unis. Beautiful game to watch. Great game. Next up for the Bucs, they host the Niners on Sunday. The Seahawks visit the Jags. Let's look at Offensive Rookie of the Year odds here before we go to break, because Emeka Egbuka, plus 125. Ashton Genty is 4-1. Jackson Dart is plus 650. I'd put money on Egbuka right now, plus 125. Genty has all the talent in the world, but that Raiders offensive line is just straight up garbage. The fact that you get Egbuka at plus money still is amazing to me.
Yeah, I do think he is certainly in the driver's seat, but I'm not a huge fan of betting the favorite on things in October, because I do think there is still plenty of leeway for other guys. I think the one metric that maybe Igbokwe has a huge lead in is touchdowns, because Tyler Warren's been really good for the Colts as well. He just doesn't have those touchdowns. He only has one touchdown on the year, but 44, 70, 38, 79, and 76 yards in his 5 games this season. He is extremely talented, and he's playing on a great Colts team. But yeah, Igbokwe with the touchdowns. Can't argue that.
Also, I'll throw out a little something. Bill Krosky-Merritt, 30-1. Looked great yesterday for the Commanders if you're looking for a dog. Coming up next on the show, time to look back at the weekend and decide who is our Monday MVP and how many of us will head to the college game. That is next right here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Oh, we're back on a Monday. Ready to get you going. Double D, get me going, man. Network. Appreciate you waking up with us. Hope you're ready for a new week. We certainly are. We got our Monday MVP on the way. Tesla's host here in mere moments. Oh, on Saturday, I was pleasantly surprised. We woke up late, and the Texas game didn't start till, 3:30 Eastern? So we're sitting on the couch, and the lovely Catherine's like, are we not going to the bar to watch the game? And I was like, I thought we were going to sit here and just chill on the couch. Do you want to go? She's like, well, yeah. How about some pumpkin beer and wings? I was like, yes, say no more. Let's go. So we got dressed, went ready, watched the game. But as we're sitting there, of course, when it looked like Texas was out of the game, and it was pretty clear they weren't going to win that game, even though they made a push late, like the plays started filtering out. And so we're sitting there, and by the end of that game, even though it was packed, 5 minutes after the game, we're the only ones there. We're just sitting there by ourselves. I'm like, my God, how quickly people just clear out. We had a chance there at the end. Are you one of those people where I was proud of ourselves? Like, we stuck around to the end, honey. We did it. And then we walked around the mall and everything. But are you one of those people, like, at what point do you say, okay, I've had enough? Because I've done this before, too. I have to out myself as well. Sometimes you're like, I've had enough. I'm done watching this team. When do you get to that point? Every week with the Titans?
I mean, it's tough for the Titans every single week. And I will say this. The Titans put out, a tweet where I guess Will Compton was holding some type of a Titans watch party, which, number one, if you even showed up to that, you deserve some credit. But number two, the people that stayed till to the end of this, imagine watching Titans football the entire time. And I understand they got the win, but still, it is not a great product. So I think some of it is built into, what you think is going to happen for the rest of the game. And I understand, sometimes comebacks are improbable. But, when you're watching that Texas game, did you think that there was going to be a chance? Or did you see, hey, maybe this isn't it. This is very hard to watch.
I mean, it was hard to watch, but also they didn't quit. I mean, it went down to the final few seconds where, they had a chance to throw one deep and tie the game late. So it looked like the chips were stacked against them, but they made it very interesting at the end. I mean, it did go down to the final seconds. They didn't get a play out there, so that was tough to watch. But it wasn't – Florida dominated the game, but it wasn't so much of a blowout where you're like, hey, this game is over. You kind of thought that at one point, but the more you hung around, you're like, I don't know, we might have a shot here. We almost did. So it was kind of fulfilling to, I mean, as much as you can take away from a tough loss, I was like, well, at least we were here for it. And we won some koozies.
Right, and I think it's upsetting because Texas was on top of the mountaintop not that long ago. And, think about how many people were coming to watch parties then. And so it's not like you guys have been wandering in the desert for 40 years. What's it been? A year since since Texas was, really, really good? So it just feels like you can truly see, who the real fair weather fans are.
Yeah. At least we got 4 koozies out of us. We won one koozie, and as I'm walking away, the guy goes, hey, man, we'll give you the whole set. I'm like, oh, awesome. We went from 25 cents worth of stuff here to 75 cents. But at least we got something out of the deal. All right. Will we choose a college player or a college coach or a college team as part of our MVP Monday? Well, let's honor someone in the gridiron.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
All right, I'm going to start. This is not personal, Double D. Not at all. I mean, we both suffered the same fate this weekend, right? I'm going to start with an old name we haven't heard in a while, or at least we haven't paid attention to in a while. Nico Iamaleava, UCLA quarterback.
Nico's going to take off. Nico to the end zone. Touchdown.
Call courtesy of CBS. How about this? Nico, 17 of 24, 166 yards, 2 touchdowns through the air. He also leads UCLA on the ground with 128 yards and 3 touchdowns. And this comes after Deshaun Foster was fired. So Tim Skipper is your interim head coach. They have new coordinators as well, both offensively and defensively. So they have a makeshift staff. And Nico said he told the guys before the game, if you don't want to be here, just leave. Just go. And somehow, some way, that message resonated. So this is only the 4th time in college football history that a team with a record of 0-4 or worse has beaten a top 10 team. And unfortunately, that team was Double D's, Penn State Nittany Lions. Regardless, a great performance from Nico and one that came out of nowhere. So I will give him the Monday MVP.
There were a lot of good storylines in this game, including Jerry Neuheisel, who was calling the plays. And this is always the worst. When you see somebody who's like a lot younger than you that's like ascending through the ranks, you're like, he's 33? God, I'm old. But yeah, he does look very, very young. So a lot of great storylines in that one. But for me, I'm going to go to the postseason, and I'm going to Major League Baseball and going with Vladdy Jr. of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Deep left field. It is a grand slam for Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
All right, so as much as I like these other candidates, they're still regular season games. And to me, legends are born in the postseason. So Vladdy Jr. is etching his name in the history books right now because of his 2-game start to the postseason this year, with some of the best numbers we've ever seen through a 2-game stretch. So in the first 2 games of his postseason, he has 2 home runs. He's gone 6 of 9 and has 6 RBI. When you look at all the postseason numbers for every player in the postseason, he ranks 2nd in RBI, and that's including guys who played in the wild card round. And especially because this was the larger story here, is the fact that the Blue Jays offense went absolutely off on the Yankees this weekend, outscoring New York 23-8 en route to a commanding 2-0 series lead in the ALDS. So my MVP is Vladdy Jr.
All right, Double D. What do you got, buddy?
I'm going back to the college gridiron. My MVP Monday nominee is Blake Horvath, Navy quarterback.
Horvath winds up, fires it deep. That is Heidenreich with a catch. That is Heidenreich to the 10. That is Heidenreich in the end zone. Touchdown, Navy.
Horvath goes 20 for 26. That's right. Passing for 339 yards and 3 touchdowns. He also rushed 17 times for 130 yards and a touchdown, defeating Air Force 34-31.
Wow. Good Service Academy win by the midshipman. All right, Denton.
All right, we're going back to the NFL. My Monday MVP nomination is Rico Dowdle.
Handoff on 2nd down. Look at this. Dowdle still on his feet. What an afternoon for Rico Dowdle.
Well, look at that. Rico Dowdle, running back for the Carolina Panthers. I mean, he was unstoppable yesterday for the Miami Dolphins. Most people didn't watch this game. Most people didn't see it. But I saw Rico Dowdle. Over 200 yards from scrimmage, 206 yards rushing the football. He had another 28 yards in the receiving game, so 234 total yards. The Panthers beat the Dolphins 27-24. This was one of the very few fully entertaining games from start to finish in the NFL over the weekend. And then on top of that, literally as we just came back from break, I saw a video of Mike McDaniel walking in his little capri pants, all sad, back to the locker room, just dejected. I think he's going to be on his way out sooner rather than later, unfortunately, in Miami. But an all-around great game from Rico Dowdle. I believe he's the first person in the NFL this year to run for over 200 yards in a game.
Yeah, I think that's right as well. Here's some good candidates. I don't think anybody saw that Panthers-Dolphins game, except for Panthers and Dolphins game. Or fans. Actually, Chelsea, I'm sure Jake saw it. You guys were watching this, right?
Oh, we couldn't watch it unless we have Sunday ticket. This is not the allotted option. But let me say that I feel like this at least deserves an honorable mention because the primetime game of the week, Stephon Diggs, 146 yards receiving against his old team in the Buffalo Bills, and the Patriots are 8.5-point dogs and they win this game. I feel like we at least got to mention that as well.
There were some really good performances across the. It's always difficult to pick like one singular performance, you know, when you've got playoff baseball going on and college football and NFL. Is there someone we're missing? Who else are we missing here?
I mean, Mbuku could have gotten a nod. Ja'Cory
Baker could have gotten it.
Yeah, Baker could have gotten really that entire both quarterbacks. I mean, I think the ball hit the turf in that Buccaneers Seahawks game like 6 times.
That's crazy.
Both of those guys were on fire. So there's a lot of different players that could have gotten the nods. I almost gave it to Jerry Neuheisel just because I think that story's really cool. So there's a lot of different guys that could have gotten some sort of nod.
How much do you think?
Could have given it to the freshman. Could have given it to the freshman wide receiver from Florida there, Jenks.
Oh, God. He was awesome. What's that cat's name? Dallas Wilson? Was that the guy?
Wilson, yeah.
Oh, my God. He ate Texas's lunch, man. I mean, he could not be stopped. And that one play where he catches a bomb down the sideline and Texas has a chance to push him out of bounds, what do? Nope, they just kind of nudge him a little bit, and he just traipses into the end zone. Oh, yeah, he was an absolute stud. And he was a difference maker too. It's amazing too when you look at the lines and the line movement, how one guy, a college receiver, I think he had a lot to do with why we saw the line movement going forward his direction, because I know he's a receiver and those guys generally don't move the number, but he was worthy of the number moving if that in fact was the reason why. Maybe people just weren't high on Texas, but good candidates here.
Yeah, and I want to mention Trey Savage as well. 11 strikeouts against the Yankees. Somebody who was very young in, let's see, he was born in 2003. He is 22 years old, and he punched out 11 in his postseason debut. That deserves some flowers as well.
Imagine being 22 and pitching in an ALDS and then striking out 11. Like I always try and put myself.
Yankees.
That's what, yeah. And you out-duel Max Fried. Like, just imagine being on that stage and being able to sort of absorb all of that. When I was 22 and I thought I was smart for my age, I was an idiot. Like, trying to process that has to be just mind-blowing at that age.
Sometimes I wonder if it's actually helpful. Like, because maybe they don't understand the weight of the situation. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is that, like, Phil Mickelson had a quote about this in golf. It's like, you have to be either really stupid or really smart. That's where, like, your mentality needs to be.
Yeah, if you're not overthinking it, and you're like, well, this is what I do. I go pitch. I guess I'll pitch tonight. It's kind of crazy. It's the Yankees, and you're not thinking about it. You know, you go up there and you ball out. Coming up next on the show, more NFL action tonight with the Chiefs in Jacksonville. Which player deserves our prop money? That is next. Hour 2 here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on BetMGM Network. Mondays suck, but they suck a lot less since we have Monday Night Football. We'll get into our favorite plays for Chiefs and Jags, including props, including a side, including a total in this segment. Then we'll get to some Major League Baseball as we have some of these divisional series still popping off. We have 2 games today. We have the Dodgers and the Phillies and the Cubs and the Brewers. Will we continue to see all these runs being scored between all of these teams? We'll talk about totals and everything to bet on in those games. All coming up next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. It's gonna be a great Monday. All right, Jank, so since the Chiefs are playing tonight and it feels like Taylor Swift is on a full promotion tour for her new album, let me ask you, how has the hysteria been in your household? Because you are engaged to a Swiftie.
I am. It's been okay, actually. I haven't heard hardly any songs. I've heard a couple. But the lovely Catherine sat on the couch with me yesterday. We talked about Taylor a little bit and talked about the album, and I told her I was taking a break from all of the early reviews because I thought all the early reviews are always like, oh, my God, she's at it again. She's amazing. It's another bang. Oh, my. And so I always let that sort of fade and then get into, all right, how do I really feel about this music? How does it sound? What do you think? What are others saying when they actually have time to let the hysteria die a little bit, when they can really, or at least as objectively as possible, give me an idea of what they think? The only thing I've heard early on is that a lot of her fans, because she runs the gamut from very young to people who are her age, even older, is that some of her stuff is pretty mature now because she's 35, 36. So she is writing about more mature topics, some of those maybe not appropriate for kids. And so some of her fans, not all of them, are saying like, oh my God, what is this? And then another faction is saying, yeah, she's in her 30s. She's not a kid anymore. Like, she's getting married. She's a woman now. So what do you expect? That's coming from Catherine. This is not research I've done on my own. But that was the discussion that I had yesterday while watching football during halftime.
I think I did notice that discussion. I think there is a very specific reference that maybe you are referring to in the song entitled, I think it's Wood.
Yep.
But what do you think they're going to be doing when they get married? What do you think they're doing now? Do you think they are simply holding hands? No. I got news for you. They're probably not. They're 2 good-looking people. So let's just leave it at that. But I'll say this. It does feel like Taylor Swift is at a stage where you have to be really careful about criticizing her publicly. This is what we used to do, I feel like, for Beyonce, where you couldn't say anything even remotely negative about her without their fans just coming at you. Is there somebody in the sports world that commands this level of cult behavior? Because I don't think there is. Even the greatest athletes that we have, I feel like most of them have detractors, because usually when you get to the mountaintop, people try to find flaws with you. And especially that's kind of how the sports media landscape is. We see this with Patrick Mahomes. For the longest time, he looks so likable. He has a squeaky clean track record when it comes to off the field. He hasn't done anything wrong. But yet people have started to dislike him. So I feel like in sports, there's nobody like that.
It's probably, I would say in sports, it's probably Jordan is probably the one guy.
Yeah.
Is the one guy who can't be besmirched. Which I understand that. But I think the difference between someone like him and Taylor Swift, for example, is if you want to say, okay, Michael Jordan wasn't the perfect athlete person. Okay, I agree with that. I still think he's the greatest basketball player of all time. But the difference with Taylor is that there's a personal connection. I don't feel a personal connection to Michael Jordan, right? I think his basketball legacy is unmatched. But when it comes to Michael Jordan, the person, I don't feel like I can relate to MJ. With Taylor Swift, there are fans who feel like they relate to her. Like that's her appeal, right? She's the every woman. It doesn't matter who you are, you can attach yourself to her. So a criticism feels more personal, I feel like, if you come after someone like her as opposed to an athlete, because it's really hard to relate, at least for, I think, the gamut of us, to a professional athlete.
I think that's part of the mystique, though. Like, I think people like professional athletes that feel like they are like Greek gods. Like they're some mythical being that's untouchable, because that's how Michael Jordan felt. Like, he felt like he was a different species of person than the normal guy who's just walking down the street and is fine with getting beat and, like, locker room craps. Like, that's not flying with Michael Jordan. So I think that's something that goes against some of modern day athletes, because they don't seem as mean as Michael Jordan. And maybe people hold that against Patrick Mahomes, but I think some of it is that when he cries about the calls that he doesn't get, and you're like, listen, Patrick, you've gotten your fair share of calls that shouldn't have gone the other way, so maybe let's cool it on, complaining about the refs.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. And also, I think social media has just, added just a different layer there. We might feel different about some of these athletes had that existed, which I'm glad it didn't exist back then, but certainly you get a different perspective on different people because everyone's out there all the time. And sometimes it's better not to know things. Sometimes it's better just to focus on a singular item, which is someone's athletic talent, as opposed to everything else that you tend to find out about, even if the athlete doesn't want that to happen. Like Joe Burrow is a good example, right? He doesn't necessarily want his personal life to be out there. He's talked about that, but he can't really help it. No matter what, people are going to take pictures or take videos of what he's doing. They're going to talk about it. They're going to put it up for discussion, and that changes your perspective on the athlete that you're talking about.
Well, and also, like, the internet is a bunch of haters. Like, every time I look, they're breaking down somebody who is, like, otherworldly. They're like, Margot Robbie is mid. I'm like, have you seen a real-life woman in person? Like, you would stop dead in your tracks if you saw Margot Robbie in person. So, like, people say this stuff about Patrick Mahomes as well, and it's hard to, like, put a cap on his legacy before his career is over. But maybe we have another great game from Patrick Mahomes and company tonight on Monday night. All right, so it's the Chiefs at the Jags. Chiefs laying 3.5, total of 45.5. And Jenks, I feel like the bottom line in this game is, how much do you believe in the Chiefs? Because if you believe that the Chiefs are back at full strength, and I know there's been some talk about Xavier Worthy being questionable in this game, but it does look like he is going to play, that I think a lot of it depends on how much you believe in the Chiefs. Because if they are, operating at full force, and even when they haven't been, like, they have still been a good team. They've had a tough schedule, and then you look at the Jags, who have had kind of a cupcake schedule. How much do you believe in the Chiefs?
I believe in the Chiefs to a point. I will say, and I hate transitive properties, right? So I hate when, the Chiefs beat the Ravens really soundly, and the Ravens looked like they sucked yesterday against the Texans, so that means the Chiefs aren't very good. I don't really like doing that. I think it's easy to do that. I will also say the Ravens are not very good. You know what I mean? So I think the Chiefs are exactly what we've sort of said over the past few weeks, which is this is a very good football team, but I still don't think they're at the level that they were 2 or 3 years ago where you just can't touch them. Now, they are going to get even better, and Xavier Worthy led the team in rushing and in receiving last week. They're going to get Rashee Rice back. They're going to get even better. So the story is certainly not written on Kansas City. I think they're better than we thought they were going to be at the beginning of the season when we weren't quite sure. So they're the Chiefs, right? They're just not max Chiefs. They're like at 8 or 9 level Chiefs instead of 10 level Chiefs. But I think we'll find out more about the Chiefs tonight because the Jags are more of a complete football team than the Ravens. Like, the Ravens are just garbage. So what looked to be an incredible win last week, even with Lamar, I think now that we're seeing more and more from the Ravens, maybe gives you a little perspective on, they were going to win that game, but it's not as impressive as maybe we thought at the time. I feel like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here.
Well, because there are, I think, good arguments for both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
Because I think what is setting me off on this one is the 3.5. Because I do think the Chiefs are going to win this game. Because also it's a primetime game. And it comes down to trust issues that I have with the Jaguars. Like, do you really implicitly trust Trevor Lawrence? Like, as somebody who is bet on the Jags, I think in a postseason game against the Chiefs, I think there was a game they were getting like 9.5 points. I said, 9.5 points. They're, gonna maybe make this a game. And it just wasn't the case. And then you look at the Jags this year, and Trevor Lawrence has a completion percentage of 58%. He has, 5 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. And I will say the one thing that we have seen all season long, consistently speaking from the Chiefs, is that their defense has been very, very good. So I think that's my biggest question for the Jags is how much do you trust this Jags team in a big moment against a great defense? And I feel a little shaky saying, oh, yeah, I really trust the Jags. Like maybe the 3.5 is the difference maker because I can see the Chiefs kind of lollygagging through this one and just playing, to simply win the game because that's kind of been the game plan for Kansas City over the past few years is when they win, usually it's not going to be by a ton. I understand last week was different, but, the Ravens kind of threw in the towel there. So I think I'm torn on the spread. I do think the Chiefs are going to win, but Jenks, the big question is 3.5 too much?
I think so. I feel like this number is kind of begging you to take the Chiefs, and I feel like the Jags are maybe the call here. I don't know if I have the guts to bet it, but you're right about Trevor Lawrence. Like, he's been okay, and the reason why they brought in Liam Cohen is to take Trevor Lawrence to the next level. He has 5 touchdowns, 4 picks this season, so he could certainly elevate, and they're hoping that he will. And also, this is a transition period. So when you're talking about working with a new offensive coordinator or new head coach, even guys who are veterans, which I think Trevor Lawrence is now a veteran, when you have someone who wants to change the way you do things, that change the way you've always done things, that is a period that takes some time for you to fully sort of feel comfortable with that, with those changes. And I feel like Trevor Lawrence is going through that. I will also say that on the ground, Jacksonville has a real chance here because the Chiefs are good defensively, but they're really good against the pass and very okay against the run. They're 22nd in the NFL against the run, and Travis Etienne has had a lot of success this season for Jacksonville on the ground. So he's hit over 100 yards twice this season. He's averaging more than 6 yards a carry. So I think what Jacksonville wants to do is let Etienne sort of churn up yards on the ground and take time off the clock and keep Patrick Mahomes on the sideline and then open up the pass game for Trevor Lawrence. I think it's a game plan for Jacksonville. I would lean Jacksonville plus the 3.5. That hook scares me.
I think what's tough about this game as well is that normally I rely heavily on numbers, and you look at the stats, you're like, wow, this Jags defense is really good. One of the best run defenses in the league, averaging just 3.9 yards per carry to opponents. But then you look at the teams they played. Like, here's the thing. Like, here's the quarterbacks that have faced the Jags this year. Bryce Young, Jake Browning, C.J. Stroud on a terrible offensive line, and Mac Jones. It just feels like sometimes you cannot look at those numbers and say this is apples to apples when you have a Chiefs team that's actually played some good teams. And I understand the Chiefs have also played the Giants and a terrible Ravens team, but they also played the Eagles and the Chargers. So I think it's really difficult to look at some of these numbers and be like, oh, this is a better team on paper, because at this juncture in the season, sometimes these stats are not the whole story.
Oh, no question about it. I mean, it's definitely relative to who you're playing and injuries at the time. Like the Chargers are a good example, right? Like the Chargers look otherworldly in the first couple weeks of the season, but they lost Joe Alt, they lost Rashawn Slater, and now teams are able to pressure Justin Herbert, and they're just not the same offensively. So those were a couple of massive injuries. I mean, Rashawn Slater was gone before the season, but Joe Alt being out too was just a dagger for them. So that's why he's not performing, Justin Herbert, the way he was earlier. So the numbers you see now, you definitely have to look at the context of who they were playing at the time, injuries. Same things for the Ravens, right? So, they were losing close games early on, but now defensively, they're a completely different team. That game against the Chiefs last week was over in the fourth quarter. So it's hard just to look at these early season stats, especially after 4 weeks, and sort of get a feel for who teams are, because the teams themselves are still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. So let's hone in on maybe some plays for this game. So we haven't talked about the total too much. I think I would lean towards under 45.5, but that is a very low number. Again, I have been banking on the Chiefs defense all season long. You could look at a total for the Jags under 20.5 is -110. You could even go under 21.5, key number there, at -130. I like that quite a bit. I think maybe you go to Patrick Mahomes and his rushing attempts. It's 4.5 this game. We saw earlier in the season in competitive games that Patrick Mahomes is fully capable of running for his life. 57 yards against the Chargers, 66 against the Eagles. This is a primetime game. If you think it's close, I think Patrick Mahomes is going to be on the ground. Jenks, are there any plays you want to throw in here?
I mean, I like that quite a bit. He's hit that number in 3 of his last 4, and he leads the NFL in scrambles as well. So it's not just the numbers that we've seen in these 4 games. Like, he leads the league in taking off. And also, think about last week's game against Baltimore. I hate to keep going back to that game, but that game was over in the third quarter, right? So there's no reason for Patrick Mahomes to take off in the fourth quarter of that game. If that game is close, he probably gets that number, in every single game this season. So against this Jags defense, I like that a lot.
Right. Yeah, in competitive games, this is what we've seen from Patrick Mahomes. And remember, the Chiefs are still 2-2. They need these wins. All right, coming up next, speaking of needing wins, we go to the postseason in baseball. Dodgers, Phillies, Cubs, Brewers are plays for both of those games. On the other end, Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. We're back for more. It is Monday, October 6th here on the show. And coming up in a few minutes, we'll get into the two big games on the card when it comes to Major League Baseball. Dodgers, Phillies, Cubs, and Brewers. And Jenks, I feel like this is one of the instances where it feels like a series that's early on in the postseason feels like it's going to be very, very big. Like if you look at the Dodgers and Phillies, I think a lot of people will say whoever wins this series is going to win the National League.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. Huge win by the Dodgers in Game 1, by the way. It was massive. But yeah, it feels like we're getting that early, not early season, but early playoff battle where, look, these are the two best teams in the sport. And it's been that way for most of the season. I know you can maybe make an argument for someone else, but ultimately, haven't we felt this way for the entire season? It's kind of a shame, honestly, that it's now, but, you know, it's the National League. It has to happen at some point. But there's no question that whoever takes it here is going to be a massive favorite, or at least relative to everyone else. And right now you're seeing the Dodgers at plus 240 and the Phillies at 10-1. So now's the time if you're on the Phillies. But yeah, these definitely look like the two class teams that are remaining in the playoffs.
It feels like what we normally see in like the AFC, where sometimes in like the divisional round before the AFC Championship game, that we have two really good teams squaring off. And it's funny to think that not long ago we were like, ooh, it's the Bills and the Ravens. Remember the first game of the year, we're like, oh my God, these two teams are in a class by themselves. R.I.P. Ravens. I'm sorry that the season has turned this way. But it just kind of feels that way in the National League. But I do think it adds an entertaining angle to the postseason where you have intrigue at every single level. Because, I mean, I understand that the favorites have won so far, at least in all the wild card rounds. But, like, it's fun to have, like, really good series at every level.
Oh, no question. And the thing about the National League, I mean, if you're looking here, is that the Brewers are interesting. I think the Brewers are going to take care of business against the Cubs. I like them today, and we'll talk about that game. But even though we're going to get a winner from the Dodgers-Phillies series who's going to be the favorite, it's not over. I mean, we've seen that with the Dodgers again and again and again, right, where they'll win a series, and you could definitely make the argument that they should have more titles than they do based on their dominance over the past decade. But it's not going to be a pushover going up against potentially Milwaukee or Chicago. So, and of course, then there's the World Series itself. So there's going to be intrigue regardless of who wins this series between the Phillies and Dodgers, just because it's a pretty balanced field.
Right, and I do think that the Dodgers are far from flawless. Like, maybe you can get away with, like, a couple good relievers, like Sasaki closing it out in a couple games. But when your depth is truly tested is, like, the next round, when you have to go 7 games. And we have seen a lot of these other offenses show some pop. Because that was kind of my hypothesis coming into this round, is that can anybody outscore the Dodgers? Because the Dodgers are an absolute wagon when it comes to their lineup. But we've seen the Brewers put up big numbers. I know it's against the Cubs, but still, you know, the offense has some pop. And we've seen the Blue Jays coming out absolutely swinging, outscoring the Yankees, 23-8? Jenks, let me ask you before we get to these games. Did you see the Blue Jays scoring all those runs?
No, not at all. I know our friend Andrew Cayley, Blue Jays fan from Covers.com, is just, doing backflips right now. But they just absolutely exploded. No, I did not see that. And I did not see Trey Yesavage looking like Cy Young. Yeah, I mean, you savage, bro, you savage. We're going to see that a few times. But you know what? That's the interesting thing about playoff baseball, is that all it takes is one team just getting hot for a few weeks and finding it at the right time. I don't know it's not sustainable. I mean, this sort of run for the Blue Jays. They've been awesome at home this season, but even for them, this was completely unexpected. And especially at Max Fried. Like, that's the thing I didn't see.
Right. He gave up 7 earned runs in that game. So I will say this. Run differential does not matter in the postseason. Like, a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. So that's the good news for the Yankees, is that this does not carry over to the next game. It's just now you're down 0-2 in a series that only goes, 5 games? So you're in kind of a predicament when it comes to simply winning games. All right, so let's talk about the games that are going on tonight, because we do have some good ones, starting with the Dodgers and the Phillies. If you're betting on this one, you might as well use an MLB Parlay Boost token over at BetMGM. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this Parlay Boost token over at BetMGM to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. So if you're playing both these games, use the Boost Parlay or the Parlay Boost over at BetMGM. All right, Jenks, Dodgers Phils, Phillies minus 130 at home, Dodgers plus 110, total of 7.5 runs. Blake Snell v. Jesus Luzardo. Great numbers for both of these starters. But let me ask you about this price. Does this seem a bit steep on the Phillies here? Minus 130?
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. Like, give me the Dodgers all day. I love the way Blake Snell has looked late in the season. I mean, he's really gotten it going. And if you're going head-to-head, maybe you take the Dodgers in the first 5 if you're worried about that Dodgers pen, which you talked about. But you got the Dodgers at plus money in Game 1, which was unbelievable. When do you ever get the Dodgers at plus money? And I'd take them here.
Yeah, it just doesn't make a ton of sense to me because even when you look at the starters, like Luzardo's having a good year, and it should be noted that he has pitched well against the Dodgers this season. So his last start was 4 earned runs over 7 innings, which is still a very good start. And then very start of the year, he pitched against the Dodgers 7 innings and no earned runs. So statistically, he does have pretty good numbers this year. But still, I don't know what it is about him. I think maybe there's some familiarity there between Luzardo and the Dodgers because remember, he came up with the A's. So he faced him a ton back when he was in Oakland. And I'll say this is not apples to apples. He has to face the lineup that feels almost unstoppable this year, especially in the postseason because it's not just Ohtani. It's not just Freddie Freeman. It's guys at the bottom of the order. Like Kike Hernandez, I feel like his October stats are unreal. Like he just always comes up in big moments. And Teoscar Hernandez leads all of the majors in the post when it comes to RBI with 9 this season. So I think that Luzardo's going to give up some runs. Maybe that equates to an over because I did consider that one, but it just feels like there's absolutely value on the Dodgers today.
I think so as well. And I understand why that this is shifted too. I think the Dodgers now minus 130. So I'll say this. Anytime you can get a decent price on who you feel like is the better team, and I feel like this is a fair price on LA, like you just take it. And so when do you ever get the Dodgers at plus money like we saw in Game 1? Where do you ever get the Dodgers like this when you've got Blake Snell on the mound? Like Luzardo is good, but he's not Blake Snell. I'm a huge fan of Blake Snell and what he's done late in the season, and probably because he's won us money. Like he's been almost unhittable over the past few games. I know he was injured for a while, but plus, the Dodgers have a lot of momentum. If you think about Game 1, the Phillies probably should have won that game, right? When they got to Shohei early before he locked it down. And then didn't Shohei go 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts in that game? Like, it was right there for the take.
Sombrero.
Yeah, man. Like, when does that happen? And, you can't take care of business against the Dodgers. If you're going to do it, that was the day to do it, and they didn't. So I feel like the money and the momentum is with L.A., and for good reason.
Yeah, absolutely. What about an over in this game, Jenks? Do you think both these offenses are going to score some? Or do you say, hey, I'm banking on Blake Snell to have a great day?
Yeah, overs are tough for me in playoff baseball, just in general, just because the way games are managed and because, these guys are on short leashes. But the thing is, you're talking about Dodgers-Phillies, right? So I feel like the Phillies can get a couple off Snell. Luzardo is fine. He's not on Snell's level. And then you talk about that Dodgers bullpen, which is the one area where they have weakness. I think I would go over 7. Yeah, that's what the total is, 7.5. I think I would probably go over here. As much as my inclination is to bet unders in playoff games, with these two teams and the bats on each side, I feel like you have to go to the over.
Yeah, or if you only want to trust one side of the equation, Jenks, over 3.5 runs for the Dodgers is minus 145. How do we feel about that?
That's pretty good. I mean, I got the Dodgers here, but over 3.5. What does it juice to? Minus 130.
Minus 145. A little juicy, but 4 runs for this Dodgers lineup.
They can get 4. I need to look deeper into Luzardo's numbers because I was so focused on Snell yesterday. I mean, Blake Snell has given up 3 earned over his last 4 appearances. Faced the Phillies in one of those starts on September 17th. He pitched 7 innings of 2-hit baseball, struck out 12. Like, the more I look at this, the more I just love L.A.
Right. Or you could get cute with it. And I know we like to build like alt leg parlays, like over 2.5 runs for the Dodgers. I feel like even if you combine that with something else today, I think that's a pretty solid parlay leg. So something to marinate on for the rest of the day. So let's go to the next game in case we like something there. Cubs and Brewers. So it looks like it's Shota Imanaga via Aaron Ashby for the Brew Crew. And it is, let's see what this price reads. I would imagine the Brewers are probably favored in this game. They are -125, and the Cubs are +105, total of 8 runs. So in game 1, the Brew Crew put the beat down on the Cubs and scored a bunch of runs. So, Jenks, do you think it's more of the same for the Brewers today?
Yeah, I like the Brewers a lot today because I know you see Aaron Ashby on the mound, but he's probably going to give way to Quinn Priester, I think. So that's sort of the plan. But even if he... yeah. So... And Aaron Ashby's been really good, right? So I know he's a member of the bullpen. And even if they don't go with Quinn Priester, I mean, that needs to be verified. That's what I keep reading. But the Brewers have the 3rd best bullpen in the National League this season. So even if it's a bullpen game for longer than we anticipate, I just love the way the Brewers are playing right now. And I don't trust Shota Imanaga at all. Like early in the season, you know, he was throwing gas. There's no question about it. But if you look at his performance over the last, third of the season, he's given up at least 2 runs in 7 straight starts. His ERA's jumped from 3.15 to 4.50. So we know the Brewers had the best run differential in all of baseball. They had the 3rd best record in Major League Baseball at home this season. I'm going to be on Milwaukee.
Yeah, it feels like, I don't want to say like a disrespectful price, but like -125 for a team that not only has the best run differential in baseball, it's not even close. Like, they finished the season with a run differential of +178. The next closest team was 153, and that is the LA Dodgers. So that's the thing. I think it's the combination of the Brewers having really hot bats. They scored 9 runs last time around against the Cubs. And the fact that the Cubs feel depleted from a depth standpoint when it comes to the rotation and when it comes to their bullpen. They had to go to a bullpen game, the 2nd game of the wild card series. How do you think that's going to be sustainable? It's not. Like last game, they had Matt Boyd come in and throw 2/3 of an inning to start the game. Soroka came in for an inning, and then Aaron Savali had to be mop-up duty for 4 1/3. So it just doesn't feel like a sustainable game plan. I think the Brewers are the way to go. Is there anything else worth playing in this game? Like, if you think that the Brewers' bats are going to continue to feast, maybe look at a Brewers team total. 8 seems like a healthy total, but you would need the Cubs to contribute in some sort. Is there anything else we need to talk about in this game, Jenks?
I'm trying to think of how else I would play it. I would probably just stick with the Brewers. Maybe you go maybe go on a Brewers team total. Maybe that's the way to go. I just cannot emphasize enough that I don't trust Shota. Like, I was on him early until I kept riding him, and it kept blowing back in my face. And I was like, oh, okay, he had a bad outing. I'm like, whatever, it's one bad outing, but then it was another bad outing. And look, he's absolutely capable of coming out tonight and dominating. He certainly has that type of stuff available. Well, we just haven't seen it in so long. And, momentum is a real thing, and playing well is a real thing. And I feel like the Brewers have it in spades right now. The Cubs past week and a half, like playing that wild card, this is now we're seeing when you have a rest advantage can come into play in a big way, and Milwaukee has that because they have the fresher arms, and we're seeing it.
Yeah, you could look at total outs for Shota Imanaga. It feels very low, and listen, there's some sticker shock when you look at total outs plays in the postseason because the hook is a lot shorter. So it's 12.5 for Shota tonight, which means that if he goes over 4 innings, he hits the over, but under is -118. I feel like that's probably worth a look. Last time around, he went 4 innings. Should be noted that he did not start that game against the Padres, so it was kind of a weird thing there. But especially when your team is already down 1-0. Like, I just feel like it's going to be a little bit of desperation brewing for the Cubs. So I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't make it 4 innings.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. So I really think a lot of people are going to look at this and say Shota versus Aaron Ashby, but Ashby will not go long. Like, he will go 1 or 2 innings tops. And then I think they bring in Priester, and it's going to be like, ooh, okay, here we go. I mean, maybe you could live bet this as well, which I normally don't do. But the Brewers have been very good to us, particularly when they're playing at home, so I'm going to stick with that.
Yeah, Aaron Ashby's out total is 5.5. So clearly the books are not expecting him to go very deep in this game. But I'm wondering if there's still value on the Brewers in the futures market, because we talk about them as being undervalued the whole, season long. And again, they have all these great numbers to their advantage. And I'm looking for World Series props. Brewers still plus 550. I think that's a solid play to win the World Series. All right, coming up next, we switch gears and we go back to football. Some of the biggest upsets in college football and our takeaways moving forward next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're off. We're running. We are caffeinated. And listen, might be a tough Monday for fans of Texas and Penn State. And Jenks, we know you're a big Texas fan. I feel like I say this to Jake all the time, but Jenks lives and breathes Texas football. Even when it's not football season, Jenks is reading the message boards. Jenks is dialed into the boosters. Jenks knows everything about Texas football. So when you see a loss like this for a team where not only did you bet on them, you also, have your heart and soul invested in them, was it tough to come back after this one? Like, how bad did this hurt you?
This is a tough loss. This is a bad loss. And I think the one thing that we saw in this game is that Texas doesn't look like a playoff team, which I can't believe I'm saying because I thought they looked like a national championship team before the season. And a lot of people are going to lay this at the feet of Arch Manning, and some of that is fair, but they also have real systemic issues on the offensive line. This is an offensive line that gets no push on anyone. They can't run the football. They don't pass protect very well. They don't do anything well. I can't believe the defense got pushed around. So that was the one thing that probably stunned me more than anything else, that defense, which could make a legitimate argument is the best defense in the country, got pushed around at the line of scrimmage. And then offensively, if you're relying on Arch Manning to play hero ball, he's not ready for that. Not many college quarterbacks are, but particularly one that's being brought along the way he's being brought along. So there are a lot of issues with Texas, and I thought they would cover against this Florida team that I still don't think is very good. DJ Lagway looked all-world out of nowhere. He easily played one of the best games he's ever played in a Gators uniform, but Florida deserved to win. But yeah, this was a massive step back because now it's not, hey, are you guys going to compete for an SEC or a national title? You might not make the playoff. We might see you guys in the Texas Bowl because Oklahoma's coming up and there is no time to sit back and say, oh, we'll retool things. You got to get it together quick.
I think that's the crazy part for me is the fact that Texas looked like they got pushed around on both lines.
They did.
For a team that has all of these top-level recruits and a team that was supposed to be top to bottom great because, like you mentioned, we knew there was probably going to be some volatility with Arch Manning. We've already seen that this season. You can't really count on him to, be the MVP of this team. But I will say this, and I understand people look at Florida and say, oh, that's a team that Texas should beat. Florida certainly has some talent this year. And when you look at DJ Lagway, it almost feels like shades of Anthony Richardson to me, where sometimes he looks amazing. Sometimes he looks really bad, but there are certainly those flashes in there that are going to get the scouts' attention. And there's a reason the Colts, took a chance on Anthony Richardson. Obviously, that did not work out. But here's the other thing. Playing in the swamp is a very tough place to play.
Yeah.
The Florida Gators are 8-3 against top 10 teams in the swamp since 2012. And think about those Florida teams. Those are not the glory years of Florida. Some of those years are years in which they had head coaches fired. So I think that just goes to show that you do not go into the swamp not expecting a fight.
No, that's true. It was tough watching with Texas fans at the end of that game, too, because it was just the thing about being a Manning, and this takes me back to the Chris Sims days, and I covered Chris, and Chris was just top-notch as a person and a very good player, but there was the whole Major Applewhite thing, and the thing about carrying that last name is it's all well and good until you struggle, right? And then once you struggle, then the haters come out. And so at the end of this game, I kept hearing, oh, man, Arch sucks. Screw you, Arch. I'm sorry, Quinn Ewers. This guy behind me. I'm sorry, Quinn Ewers. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. It's all right. Just, but he's going to get a lot of derision from Texas fans because he's a Manning until he's not playing like a Manning. And then here come the fans who are actively rooting against you. And I'm already seeing some of that.
Well, here's the talking point here locally, is people bring this fact up. So everybody here is Tennessee fans. Even Peyton Manning never beat Florida.
That's right.
It's crazy. I don't know what it is about the University of Florida against the Mannings because I don't think Eli Manning had great games either. I know that's something that maybe doesn't go into the handicap.
Yeah.
Oh, he did?
Eli won, but Peyton was 0-4.
Right.
So
and that's the year that Peyton Manning was amazing for Tennessee. It's crazy. So again, it's one of those oddities, but still, it's very, very interesting. But I do think that we need to go into some of the good things for Florida, because moving forward, they can certainly be a wild card, even in these games against really impressive opponents, because of one of their young receivers. We have to talk a little bit about what Dallas Wilson brought to the table. 6 receptions, 111 yards, including this touchdown reception.
He was a little bit lighter than that. Land down the sideline. Inbounds Dallas Wilson. To the end zone, dragging tacklers for a Gators touchdown.
Jenks, it's wild to me how much one player can really change a team, especially in college. Like, we've talked about this, how the number won't move in the NFL unless it's a quarterback or maybe sometimes like an otherworldly receiver, but it takes a lot for somebody to move the number. But I do think in college, because the defenses aren't quite as deep, and I think especially on the offense, like we see this with quarterbacks. Like, if you have a great quarterback, it can overcome a lot of things, even for the entire team. So when you see somebody like Dallas Wilson, who is now going to be a factor for the Gators moving forward, how much does this change your handicap on Florida moving forward?
I mean, it certainly makes them more effective offensively. And also, I think he was called after the game a creature, which is absolute, because he's 6'3", 220 pounds as a freshman.
Right.
Like, that's a monster with speed to burn and physicality. He's a 5-star recruit for a reason. And, I don't know how much it moved the number, but it certainly impacted the number of people willing to bet on Florida, whether it was sharp action or otherwise, because you saw the impact he had. I believe he was the first Florida, I forget the exact statistic, but it was something like he's the first Florida receiver to go for over 200 yards in his debut in like 30 years or something ridiculous. And there have been some amazing receivers, as we know, especially going back to the Spurrier days, come through Florida. So that's some very heavy company that is in. And he he just dominated. And again, this is a very good Texas defense, but when he got his hands on the football, they just could not bring him down if he wasn't getting open in space to begin with.
Yeah, it feels like even like 20 years ago, like Florida has always been very good at turning out like skill position players. And I think it's because they play like flag football during the non-football season months in the state of Florida. So that's just kind of how it goes. It feels like in the Sunshine State. Not much sunshine for Penn State fans over the weekend as UCLA upsets Penn State. UCLA, the team that has 0 wins to their name before this game, with a massive upset over Penn State. And it was a familiar name who had a big game and ran it in for this touchdown.
Nico's going to take off. Nico to the end zone. Touchdown.
That's right. Nico Iamaleava with a big game here against Penn State. And Jenks, this is an absolutely damning loss for Penn State. Not a good one. The first top 10 team to lose to an 0-4 opponent in 40 years. That is per Field Yates. What do we think of Penn State now?
I think that we're seeing now, if it wasn't wholly evident before, that James Franklin has a ceiling. And he had a chance to break through that ceiling against Oregon, and it just didn't happen. I mean, James Franklin will say, by his own admission, and everyone has looked at the roster, and they will say, this is the best Penn State team on paper that he's ever had. And it's true. Like, defensively, they're great. They have an experienced quarterback in Drew Aller. They have an amazing backfield, and yet you couldn't get past Oregon. But that's okay, right? Like, it's disappointing, and James Franklin owned that. But then to follow that up with this, like, this is an inexcusable loss. Inexcusable. When you're talking about something that's happened 4 times since 1936, then this should never happen. UCLA is a mess. They fired Deshaun Foster, so they've got an interim head coach, an interim offensive coordinator, an interim defensive coordinator. Nico Iamaleava has been completely fadeable all season long, and then Penn State just lets him run wild like he's a Heisman candidate. If you're Penn State, you have to decide, look, do we enjoy winning double-digit games, but probably never winning a national title under James Franklin? And I think the answer is no, that's not enough. We're Penn State. We're better than that. We have a history here, so they're going to have to do something with James Franklin. I don't know what that is, but now they've gone from, hey, we can still make the playoff to maybe you won't. Very similar to Texas because they have to go to the Shoe, and they also host Indiana, and Indiana is no joke. So Texas and Penn State, both favorites to win the national title before the season, now fighting for their playoff lives. Two very similar situations.
Yeah, it's really crazy to me because normally these are the games that James Franklin is good at winning. You know, normally the narrative on James Franklin is that he just can't win the big one. This wasn't even a big game. This was against an unranked team that hadn't had a single win this year. So he even said himself after the game that it just felt like nobody was mentally ready for this game. And listen, that's on the coach. Like, obviously, at the end of the day, the players have to pull the strings, but, like, that's on James Franklin. So now, as you mentioned, we have the preseason number 1 and number 2 who are now unranked, which is crazy to me. You know, how far both Texas and Penn State have fallen. So, Jenks, let me ask you, do you think there is a way or a pathway for either of these teams to get back in the top 25?
I think there is a pathway for both. They're still both talented. I think Texas has more warts than Penn State does for sure. Like when I watch Penn State, I don't see the talent deficiency that I see with Texas because a lot of these guys, if you're talking about Texas and the offensive line, they've drafted these big bodies, right? But a lot of these guys were projects that they thought they could bring along based on their development, and they just scouted wrong. Like, this is not a good O-line. When you look at Penn State, this is a very good team that just isn't being motivated. So I feel like if James Franklin can push the right buttons, all the talent is there. With Sark, he's going to have to make up for some real deficiencies, particularly on that offense, because it's not running the way he intended it to run. So I feel like if I'm betting on one of the two, I'd probably go with the Nittany Lions. But, yeah, both teams have work to do.
It's crazy how the butterfly effect exists in sports because, Jenks, if Penn State had won that game in overtime against Oregon, like would we be having this discussion? Would they be as mentally unprepared in this game as they were going to UCLA? I don't know. It's crazy. All right, coming up next, you know what's crazy? The Patriots winning outright as 8-point underdogs as they headed to Buffalo. Our biggest betting lessons from Patriots Bills coming up next here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Off and running, hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Monday. Thanks for being with us live across the country. Hope you're having a great morning. I know, it's tough. Another week. But we're going to get you going here in our final hour as we start with everything we saw in Buffalo last night with the Bills and Patriots going at it. New England winning as time rolls off the clock. You know we're going to get you ready for Monday Night Football as well. And a fascinating matchup in Jacksonville. The Chiefs laying 3.5 against Jacksonville. That comes your way in 20 minutes. Then it's Donkster time, along with a new set of best bets coming your way at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we always stream our final hour. We're doing so on X as well, since we have Monday Night Football to talk about. If you want to stream us, we make it nice and easy for you to do. Just find us on BallySportsLive.com or the Bally Sports Live app. All right, Chelsea. Before we get to Monday Night Football, let's talk Sunday Night Football and a divisional matchup in Buffalo last night where the Patriots upset the Bills 23-20. The Patriots getting 8 points. That was a big number. We both like New England in that game. Patriots went outright, plus 360 on the money line. Total set at 49 and a hook. The under hits. Revenge game for former Bills receiver Stephon Diggs. And, man, he delivers 10 catches, 146 yards, 119 of those in the second half. And then 15 seconds to play, game tied at 20, and the Patriots with this to capture the victory.
For the lead, right down the middle, Borregales nails it, and the Patriots take the lead.
Called courtesy of NBC, the Patriots have now won back-to-back games for the first time since winning 3 straight in 2023, and they have a winning record for the first time in 6 years, back to the old Bill Belichick, Tom Brady days when they started the season 8-0 in 2019. So New England not just showing signs of life, it's a good football team.
Right, showing signs of possibly being a contender in the AFC, at least in my opinion. And this is what I have come to expect from Mike Vrabel coach teams. As somebody who is a Titans fan, we have seen this time and time again. Even when your talent level is not the equal of your opponent, Mike Vrabel's team is going to be competitive, even against the best teams in the NFL. And now you've got a great quarterback. What we saw from Drake May last night is showing that he is the face of the franchise in the Patriots organization, going 13 of 14 in the second half in the biggest moments. And especially when you can feed your receiver, who you know he wants to have a big game with Stephon Diggs going against his former team. No matter what he says, we know Stephon Diggs wanted to put on a clinic there. So the Patriots, I was just looking at their odds. Last week to make the playoffs, they were plus 135. Now they're minus 210. So I feel like the value is probably gone on the Patriots to make the playoffs. But if I am putting my money where my mouth is and I'm saying, hey, this is a good team that certainly can hold their own against the best teams in the NFL, how about the Patriots plus 360 to win the AFC East? Right now, the Bills are still minus 425. Jenks, I understand that you're very high on the Bills still, and they're still a good team despite this loss. But minus 425? This feels like very steep odds on a team that, I don't know. You look at the rest of the Patriots schedule, and it feels like there are a lot of wins in there. I feel like at plus 360, those are some good odds on a very good Patriots team.
Yeah, I think you would have sprinkled on the Patriots, right? Like the Bills are still the class of the division, which is why you're laying so much minus money. And Josh Allen was not at his best last night. Threw a pick, had a fumble, 3 turnovers for the Bills in this game. So they talked about afterwards, we sort of gave this game away because despite those 3 turnovers, right, they were in it to the very end, took this 53-yard field goal or 52-yard field goal for the Patriots to get the dub. So the Bills are still the class here. But yeah, I think your point is well taken, which is if you look at the schedule, if you look at how the Patriots are developing, if you look at the play of Drake May, And at plus 350, this is still a really good price, and it's because this is such a quality win as well. You know, I don't know a lot of people who expected them to go into Buffalo and win outright. Like, covering the number is one thing, winning outright is another, but certainly New England is trending in the right way, and if you want to put a little on them to win the division, you never know, especially with injuries and the way things work in the NFL, so I don't mind it.
Well, and especially because this is a divisional game and a head-to-head win against the favorite in the division when you're playing on the road. So logically speaking, like, this was the tough one on the schedule. Then the next time that the Bills and Patriots face off, December 14th, and this game is in New England. So it feels to me, if you have a team that's trending in the right direction and Drake May is only getting better, like, that's a good thing that you have, a while until you play the Bills again. And let's read off some of the schedule for the Patriots because, the next few weeks, it looks like smooth sailing for New England. So they've got the Saints, the Titans, the Browns, the Falcons, and that game is in New England. I feel like their first major challenge over the next few weeks does not come until November 9th on the road to Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Although the Falcons can be feisty. Like, I think the Falcons are a good team, and it's interesting to watch that quarterback class, be it Jaden Daniels, or if you're looking at Drake May, looking at Michael Penix Jr., like, all these guys are sort of progressing in fits and starts, some more than others, but the Falcons could be a threat. I will say the Browns are not a good football team, but Dylan Gabriel looked pretty good. The Browns' defense is solid. I just don't want to hand a team wins when they're still kind of developing because it's hard to win in the NFL, particularly if you're a team like New England that is still putting it together. So I wouldn't hand them 3 out of 3 the next few weeks, but I will say that is there a possibility they could go on a run? Absolutely.
Yeah, like, obviously no wins are given in the NFL, and you know that if you play Survivor. But, like, my point being is that it is a winnable schedule. Like, They're not going on the road and playing all these tough teams. And in general, like, the rest of their schedule looks pretty easy. So if this is a team that's playing at the level that we saw last night, and it should be noted that the Bills did give them some freebies because this was far from a clean game from the Bills. And maybe you look at this game and you say, okay, if the Bills clean up some turnovers, especially a ton of fumbles that were very costly in this game, and the penalties. They had penalties for over 90 yards in this game, that this is still maybe the better football team here. And plus, when it comes to the postseason, because keep in mind that I capped my futures bets at, like, divisional regular season wins for the Patriots, because when it comes to the postseason, I still feel like you give the gentle nod and the respect to Josh Allen and the Bills, because they have been there and done that, and we still don't really know what to expect from Drake May, because he still is a very young quarterback.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Bills are Super Bowl favorites, right? So they're not just the best team in the division. You can still make an argument this is the best team in football, right? So they are the final team not to be undefeated in the National Football League. So I'm not off of the Bills just because of this loss. This is an understandable loss. This is a good Patriots team. And also, I don't know how much you factor this into your handicap, but the Stephon Diggs revenge game was a real thing. I mean, he was great in this game. He said afterwards, quote, "It was lit. It was electrifying. I knew it was going to be a test for us." When you look at revenge games, a guy going back to where he played, a quarterback playing where he played before, do you factor this in at all? You can't really quantify it, but certainly there's some sort of motivation there. Stephon Diggs wanted to make a statement, and he did.
I think if the game script was out of control, maybe. But at the end of the day, they're trying to win the game. And point blank, Stephon Diggs is a true number one receiver. Like, remember, he put up, like, historic marks in Buffalo when he was with Josh Allen. So at the end of the day, I think it's simply a team trying to win a game and feeding their best receiver. Like, sure, it's great that he gets the emotional, high off of doing this against the Bills. But at the end of the day, like, the Patriots are more concerned with winning football games.
Yes, and also Stephon Diggs he's a fascinating case to me because he has all the talent, but he always wears out his welcome after a handful of years, right? Guys like that, when they end up possibly making the Hall of Fame, you're like, where's he going to go? Is he going to be a Viking? Is he going to be a Bill? Is he going to be a Texan? Not going to be a Texan. Is he going to be a Patriot? Because they're so mercurial in the way they carry themselves and how much they want the football that at some point teams say, okay, we're getting rid of you. But no question, he's been a huge weapon. And also, when you have a guy like that and a young quarterback, having a veteran receiver you can rely on is huge if you're a young quarterback like Drake May. when you have that number one option, that pure wide receiver one that you can rely on, and that just helps build your confidence. And we're seeing it in New England right as we speak.
Right, especially in primetime games. You know, the lights are not going to be too bright for Stephon Diggs. And in fact, like, this is the type of game that he craves. So it's certainly something great for Drake May to land on. And also, I feel like for a second, we need to talk about the defense, because the Patriots' defense feels much improved, and they did spend a lot of money trying to shore up some of the problems they had last year. So anytime you can limit somebody who's explosive as James Cook to 15 carries, 49 yards, 3.3 yards per carry, that is a great starting point for any defense going against this rush attack that's really tough to defend. You know, anytime you have Josh Allen, who is a running threat himself, and James Cook behind the line of scrimmage, you know, that is a tough rush attack to stop. And the Patriots did a very good job of doing that, limiting this high-powered Bills attack to only 20 points.
Yeah, that's the thing, too, is that when you think about Buffalo, which is one of the reasons I'm still high on them, is that James Cook has been awesome. And I know for a while Buffalo didn't have a sustained rushing attack, and James Cook was a guy who before the season wanted more money based on his previous production. But if you look at rushing leaders right now in the National Football League, it is Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, and then James Cook is number 2. So they do have a threat on the ground, a legitimate threat on the ground. But one of the reasons, yes, why the Patriots were able to win last night is slowing down James Cook. But at least if you're looking forward for Buffalo, it's easy to say, well, it's Josh Allen. It's always Josh Allen. And it is. But I think this Buffalo team is more balanced than we tend to give them credit for. So this is a huge reason why New England was able to get the win last night. At the same time, the Bills have to feel good about the fact that if we hold on to the football, if we don't turn over the football, we still have about as good of an offensive game plan or offensive scheme as any team in the league.
Right. I think the silver lining is the fact that you had 3 big turnovers in this game, and you still had a chance to win the game. So I think if you fix some of those things, and here's the thing, these are not characteristic things that we've seen from the Bills. The Bills are a fundamentally sound team that has a bunch of veterans. Like, guys like Josh Allen is not somebody who normally turns over the football. So when you can correct those errors, this is still a very good Bills team. But the problem is, Jenks, you're not getting any value on the Bills. Like, sometimes you look, on the odds and you say, okay, they just lost a game. Maybe people have lost faith in the Bills. They have not. They are still the favorites in the AFC. Plus 195. We're talking about the month of October, and plus 450 to win the Super Bowl. So let me ask you, do you still think that the Bills look better than any other team in football?
Any team in football? I mean, I think it's very close to the top. You know, it's really close to the top. I think the Bills are the most explosive team in the NFL. They have that potential, right? So the Eagles are, you can't argue with the Eagles' production. Look, they may have lost yesterday, and I know the offense doesn't look great, but they've still won 20 of their last 22 straight up. That is impossibly difficult to do in pro football. But when you're talking about explosiveness, I think that edge goes to the Bills. You look at some of the other teams in the league, it's crowded at the top between, you know, a handful of teams that are really, really good, and then there's a drop-off. But there's no far and away the best team, I feel like, it was with the Chiefs a few years ago, right? We knew it was Kansas City and kind of everyone else. And right now, I feel like it's a super competitive field right there if you're talking about the elite teams in the league, which is one of the reasons why this year I think is so compelling.
Right. So to me, that spells out, hey, maybe we don't take the favorite if we're looking at the futures market, because it does feel kind of wide open this year. Maybe not at the bottom. Like, obviously, I think there's a line of teams that are actual contenders. But I think part of the handicap on the Bills is how much do we believe in the Chiefs? Because, Jenks, it just feels like the Chiefs have the Bills' number when it comes to the postseason. So for a Chiefs team that is getting healthier, that if we think about the postseason, all the Chiefs have to do is get to the postseason, and they're certainly going to be a threat. So I think that is a big sabotage factor for the Bills making it to the Super Bowl.
I think it is, and the Bills know that. Buffalo fans know that, which is why I think it's critical for the Bills to gain home field advantage down the line. If we're looking way ahead to the playoffs, right? Like, Buffalo needs home field advantage in the playoffs. like they need the Chiefs potentially to come to Buffalo as opposed to going to Kansas City once again, where maybe they may or may not get the calls, whatever. That's a different argument. But if you're Buffalo, best case scenario is, okay, this is our year. We're the favorites. It looks like maybe the Chiefs aren't the team of old. They're a little bit older now, even though they're still the Chiefs. But if we get them at home in the postseason, that is our best chance. And I think that will serve as a motivation for Buffalo throughout the rest of the season and why that number hasn't moved a whole lot.
Well, and that's why last night's game was so important. You know, if this ends up being the deciding factor in the AFC East, you're looking back at this game and saying, this is a game we should have won against the Patriots.
Well, we were just talking about the Chiefs. They are in action tonight in Jacksonville against Trevor Lawrence and the Jags, Monday Night Football. Who do we like, and what are some of the props that we're going to be on? We're going to talk about that next. This is the Monday morning edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Monday on the Daily Tip. Great to have you with us on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger, and this is a guy on a guitar. Appreciate you waking up with us. Another new week underway. We talk Sunday Night Football coming up next. How about some Monday Night Football as we wrap up Week 5 of the National Football League? Head to Jacksonville and see if Patrick Mahomes can give us another signature performance, this time against the Jags. Did you see the guy last night in Buffalo catch the overthrow from Josh Allen in the stands? I think it was in the first half, and Josh Allen overthrew a receiver in the end zone. Guy catches it in the stands, Buffalo fan, and immediately sticks the football under his shirt and runs out of the stadium before he had to give the football back, because the ushers will immediately say, all right, we need the football. And he was like, nope, I'm taking this to my car. I'm taking it home, and I'm going to be on camera forever, and I'm going to show this video and tell this story for the rest of my life. Free football. If you got one, would you take it or hand it back?
I don't think so, simply because you know the cameras are on you. Like, is this worth the risk of possibly getting in trouble and not being allowed back at the stadium? Like, imagine you're a diehard Bills fan, and I don't think that the punishment is going to be this, but like, imagine they say, hey, we can't trust you in the stadium anymore. We have your face on camera doing something that you shouldn't be doing. You can't come to Bills games anymore. What if this is the year that the Bills win the Super Bowl? So it just feels like the risk is not worth the reward for me.
I think they would just make you leave that game. I don't think taking a football is a bannable, like a season-long bannable offense. Like, I think they'd say, all right, I think they say you have to leave, right? But you want to leave now and take your football. You can take your football and go home. We won't ban you for the season, but you'll have to leave here. I just feel like if you could have a game-used ball from an NFL game, it'd be so awesome. It's like when a player will throw a ball into a stands. Like, if you have that, you got a story for life.
I guess so. But again, like, you're caught on camera. And like, what if somebody tackles you on the way out? Like, you have to trust your speed getting out of the stadium as well, because like, they do have security guards. So I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of volatility in that play, but listen, this guy was going for it, and I guess he got away with it.
Who's the GOAT? This is God forever ago on Monday Night Football. Wasn't it the guy who jumped out of the stands as was a field goal or extra point going through, and he jumps out of the stands and he catches the football as he's falling out of the stands and then lands? Like, oh my God. That's an old school, like, Monday Night Football highlight. Maybe I can find it here, but it's definitely the GOAT because, you know, a lot of times guys will kick field goals, and maybe this was at an old stadium, and, you know, there's a tunnel that goes through the stadium. You know, see the tunnel lined up with the uprights, and that's what this stadium configuration was. So the ball goes through, and this guy just, like, jumps, catches it. And I think it was Al Michaels who was like, oh, my God. I had to look that up. But didn't happen last night in Buffalo. Just a guy putting a ball under his shirt and running out with a memory for life. So good for him. Maybe we'll see some memories tonight in Jacksonville. Chiefs and the Jags going at it. By the way, if you want to bet on this, we got your Pro Football No Sweat token. Get into the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token from BetMGM. You get your stake back and bonus bets, even if you don't win. Chiefs are laying 3.5 tonight against the Jags. The Chiefs are minus 200. The Jags are plus 165. Your total is 45 and a hook. That is down from 46 and a hook yesterday. And I can't believe I'm saying this. I think I'm going to be on the Jacksonville Jaguars tonight. I think this is going to be a close game. I think this is going to be a lower scoring game. And I feel like the Chiefs are a touch overvalued from whipping up on the Ravens last week. A Ravens defense that by the end of that game was missing 7 starters. We saw yesterday against the Texans that the Ravens are just a mess right now. And I think Jacksonville can keep it close. I like the hook here.
I feel like I could feel the pain when you said that. Because here's the thing.
It hurts.
Like, the Jags have had some good games this year. But you look at the quarterback roster that they have faced. They faced Bryce Young. Yeah. They faced Jake Browning, CJ Stroud and a patchwork offensive line, and Mac Jones. And maybe we put some respect on Mac Jones' name, but like those are not good quarterbacks. And so now you look at a Chiefs team that is starting to get healthy. Xavier Worthy is supposed to be playing in this game, even though he's popped up on the injury report. Because that's my problem with this, is that if the Chiefs are peaking, well, maybe not even peaking. They don't even have to be at like 75% to be a great team, because they have Patrick Mahomes, and this is prime time. And it feels like this is a spot in which the Chiefs have done well at. The Chiefs in the Patrick Mahomes era, I believe, are 39-10, straight up as favorites on the road. So, like, the road doesn't bother Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. And how much do you trust Trevor Lawrence in this spot against a good team and a good defense? Because I will say this, say what you want about the Chiefs, but their defense has been consistently great. This season, Trevor Lawrence, completion percentage of 58%, 5 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. Do you want to put your money on Trevor Lawrence against a good defense?
I'm putting my money on Travis Etienne against this Chiefs defense. I think that's where I'm going here. Like, that's what I think the game script is going to be for Jacksonville. Like, I don't want Trevor Lawrence slinging it around. But also, if you look at the Chiefs defense, while they are a very good defense, they're much better against the pass, right? So they're not nearly as good against the run. They're 22nd in the NFL against the run. So I think if you're Jacksonville, do you really want to have Trevor Lawrence throw it around, maybe get a 3-and-out, and get Patrick Mahomes on the field? No. You want to slow down the game. You want to keep Patrick on the sidelines. And I think a way to do that is try to control this game with time of possession and run the ball. And Travis Etienne has been really good this season. Like, he had 124 yards on the ground against the Niners last week, had 143 on the ground, I should say, against the Panthers in week 1. So, look, it all depends on whether or not the Jacksonville Jaguars can grind it out against the Chiefs, because they are strong up front. But if they can, I think they can keep it close. And I think that's going to be their mindset going in, which is, let's do that and then let Trevor pick his spots.
I think you have to be careful when looking at stats from this season because of the opponents that each team has faced. Because it's very easy to look at the Jaguars and say, whoa, this run defense is really good, giving up just 3.9 yards per carry. And then you look at the Chiefs and their numbers are way worse. But I'm not ready to sit here and say that this Jags defense is better than the Chiefs, because you look at the opponents against the Panthers, the Bengals, the Texans, and the Niners. So I think sometimes early in the season, you have to take that with a grain of salt. Meanwhile, the Chiefs have played some really great teams, and even their run defense has been good against some teams that the Chargers, before their offensive line completely blew up. Omarion Hampton was the leading rusher for the Chargers and only had 48 yards in that game. They had to play the Eagles, and Saquon had 88 yards, which feels like a big deal now because he's having a terrible season. But it wasn't a game where the Eagles ran wild, and the Chiefs barely lost that game. So I still feel like the Chiefs are the better defense in this game. And I think from a standpoint of betting, I think that is the thing that I want to bet on. So I'm going to go Jags team total under 21.5 for -130, because any way you slice it, I just don't feel like this is going to be a shootout. And I do feel like the Jags may struggle in the red zone here against a good Chiefs defense.
I think they might. I think I'm too affected by what's going on with the Ravens. Like last week, the book on the Chiefs was, all right, the Chiefs are back and they're dominant now and they're back to the old Chiefs team that we've seen before. It was only a matter of time before they break out. And that might be the case. Like, that might be the case because Xavier Worthy came back. We know they needed help at receiver. They got it. He led the team in rushing. He led the team in receiving, and the Chiefs looked dominant. But also the Ravens stink. So looking back and seeing how banged up this defense is, and again, it's one game, like that, I think in retrospect, while the Chiefs, I think, win that game no matter what, maybe they just beat up on a really bad Baltimore team. And I think because of that, because you can see lines affected week to week based on previous week performances, I feel like the Chiefs are just a touch overvalued here. Like, I would have thought that this number would have been maybe Chiefs laying 4.5, something like that. I would not have thought 3.5. It just, when I see this line, it just screams Kansas City to me, and that makes me think, what am I missing here? Because if this is going to be a lower scoring game, and I think the under is the play as well, then I think you go with the team getting the extra half point, and to me, that's Jacksonville.
See, I feel like I am arriving at the same result, but for a different reason. Because I don't think the Chiefs are overvalued here. I think, 3.5 for a team that has the second shortest odds to win the AFC. Like, I don't think people have bought into the Chiefs just yet. Like, I don't think people look at that game last week and are like, oh, the Chiefs are back on the mountaintop. No, everybody still believes in the Bills as the team to beat in the AFC. For me, it's the fact that the Chiefs play these games to simply win the game. They are not trying to keep their foot on the gas pedal. They're going to dink it and dunk it and run up the time of possession. So to me, it's a matter of fact that this is the format that we've seen from the Chiefs in years in which they've won a lot of games, is that they're not going to beat you by more than a touchdown. They're not going to beat you by probably more than 3 points. So for me, it's that I think the Chiefs win, but I think that it's certainly going to be a close game because that's just kind of what we've seen from the Chiefs over the past, 3 years?
Yeah, I think it will be. I think it'll be Chiefs by 3. That's kind of what I'm banking on. I think I might put a small sprinkle on Jacksonville. I don't know why I'm big on Jacksonville. I just feel like this is a good spot for them, and I want to see how good Kansas City really is. If they grind this game out, then I think it'll be like a field goal game. Like if this is sitting at 3 or 2.5, I'm probably on Kansas City. If it's sitting at 3.5, then I switch sides and I think, okay, Jacksonville is probably the right side here, especially playing at home in a game where I think will be low scoring. What about props? I like a couple props here. Number one is I like Travis Etienne over 14.5 rushes. So he has hit this mark in every single game this season but one. So 3 out of 4. And the one he didn't was against the Bengals back on September 19th. Carried 14 times against the Bengals. So missed that by 1 carry in Cincinnati. But if you're Jacksonville, like I keep saying, I feel like the game plan is to feed Etienne as much as you can and try and churn some yardage up on the ground against a Kansas City team that does tend to give up yardage against opposing running backs. So I would lean to the over there. And I'm looking at Patrick Mahomes over 4.5 carries. I know you like that bet as well.
Yeah. Let's talk about the sabotage factor for Travis Etienne, because I think on paper it looks like a good one. But, we like to look at both sides of the coins. It's not me picking on you. It's just, I think, you look at the sabotage factor. Is the fact that, his carries have hit this number in every game that's had a winning game script. So that is your sabotage factor, is that if the Jags are in a losing game script, this is the one time that he didn't hit it. I will say he had 14 carries in that one game they lost against the Bengals. But just do keep in mind when it comes to running back, sometimes the game script matters, and the Jags could be playing from behind. As for Patrick Mahomes, I think this is a great spot. I say this all the time. Desperation spots, for me, spell quarterback rush props. And look at the Chiefs. I don't necessarily think they're in a desperation spot, but still, this is a team that's 2-2. And we have seen this. Game script matters, and I feel like in Patrick Mahomes, in close games, so the sabotage factor in this one is, if you think the Chiefs are going to win big, maybe doesn't get this, because in the games that have been blowouts, Patrick Mahomes has not needed to rush the football. But in the games that have been close, he has gone over this number of 4.5 carries in both of those. In fact, he's even gone over this in games that have had, the game scripts that lean towards a blowout. In that game against the Giants, he still got this. So against the Chargers and against the Eagles, he had 6 carries for 57 yards and 7 carries for 66 yards. So 4.5 carries, the over is minus 118, especially in a game where we think it's going to be close. It's prime time. You need this win. And Patrick Mahomes, I feel like this year has leaned heavily on his feet when nothing else works. So I think that is a solid play as well.
Yeah, I like that as well. And I'm curious to watch Trevor Lawrence. Is he ever going to take the next step? Is he ever going to become that franchise quarterback that everyone thought he would be, drafted number 1 overall out of Clemson? And, of course, the Jags bring Liam Cohen because he's a guy who did wonderful things with Baker Mayfield in Tampa. And so he comes in, and I know they're still working with Trevor and trying to sort of tailor his game a little bit more so he can become that franchise guy. But I don't, at some point, someone just is who he is. And I wonder where do we get to that point with Trevor Lawrence, or is he still a work in progress? I feel like now he's still a work in progress, but if this melding, if this, combination doesn't work out, he and Liam Cohen, then we're like, okay, he's good, but he's not that level that we thought it was going to be at.
I think this is the toughest part of standing firm on the Jags plus 3.5.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Haven't we seen this unfold for the Jags before, where they've had games where they have looked really good, but they've also had games in which they have looked very bad. So I think the tough part is looking in the mirror after this game and here I stand with egg on my face because I wanted to trust Trevor Lawrence with my hard-earned money. Maybe it's not going to be the case, but Jenks, are you going to be shocked if Trevor Lawrence completes 55% of his passes and throws 2 big interceptions?
I'm not, but that's why I keep going back to the Etienne factor. Like, if he doesn't perform well on the ground, then I think the Jags are in trouble. Like, I'm betting on Etienne having a good enough game to keep Trevor Lawrence from having to go tit for tat with Patrick Mahomes. Like, if that happens, advantage Patrick Mahomes in a big way. There's no question about that. But, again, I think it's going to be low scoring. The Jags are at home. I think we're giving the Chiefs a little too much credit based on a win against a Ravens team that doesn't look very good, but, you know, also you're betting against Patrick Mahomes, so I get that. Coming up next here on the show, time to put our minds together and come up with our favorite plays of the day. That is next on the Daily Tip.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Good to have you with us on a Monday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Got the whole crew here, ready for another week. Coming up on the show, we'll tell you what is ahead on Bet Sweats. We've also got our best bets and the Dockster as well. Did you see the video yesterday of Howie Roseman, the GM for the Eagles, texting in the press box? Texting with his index fingers? Like, have you ever seen anyone text like that? Like literally just index fingers down, like a child. I've never seen that in my life. Don't we all text with our thumbs, right? You hold your phone like a normal person, like a human, and text like this? Like texting with index fingers? Is that a thing? Should I be doing this? Is this something I need to know about?
No, I don't think Howie Roseman is like setting the precedent for
Weird.
like tech savviness. Yeah, I don't know. Like I had to do it myself. I'm like, do I type with my thumb? But you're right. The only equivalent I've seen to this is watching my husband type on a computer.
Oh.
And he does the same thing.
Tick,
And you're like,
tick, tick.
sweetie, you have to learn to type with all of your fingers. Even if it's not fast, like this is something you got to learn. Like I understand that like, you know, words per minute is not maybe a useful skill in the year 2025, but like when you're typing with one finger on each hand and you're trying to do a whole term paper, that gonna take forever.
Oh, I think it is useful in a big way, particularly if you're in the business world. Like if you're constantly typing out documents or emails, like you've got to be able to have some sort of typing skill set if you want to be efficient. Otherwise, it'll take forever. Like I look at Catherine's email inbox, and it's the most stressful thing I've ever seen. Like I'm the most organized person I know to a fault. Like I'm a total nerd in that aspect. And she's super organized, and I can't keep up with the number of folders, subfolders, drafts, things to be sent. Like it's wild. And she can type really fast, and so can I. But I can't even imagine trying to keep up at that pace, because once you send, for every email you send, it's another like 4 or 5 back. It's wild.
I do think now with technology, though, there are ways around being a bad typer or typist because people have voice to text, right? Like I have a friend that does this for texts. So her texts are like 3 pages long. And you're like, listen, I ain't reading all that, especially when I'm busy during the day. But I do think there's ways around it. Like you don't necessarily have to be a good typist.
I mean, if you're just responding to texts, sure. But if you're typing emails constantly, you probably got to have a little more skills than just like ticky-tacking at a keyboard. I don't know. Maybe it's just I've watched Catherine too much. But as many things as she has to type and as quickly as she has to type to get things out, like if you're able to do that without being a good typist, like good on you. I couldn't do it. I get totally stressed out and overwhelmed. But you know what? To each his own. Also, it's not really my world, so what do I know? There's probably ways to do it that I don't even know of. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I'm at the point where maybe there's some sort of program, I mean, Copilot or Chat GPT or something where maybe you put information in and boom, it spits it back and you don't have to worry about it.
Well, yeah, you can just do type to text and then correct your errors, you know? And here's the thing. It just feels like certain skills are being phased out because like how many people have corporate jobs where you need to know like Microsoft Office? Like I understand Catherine does, but like there are so many other careers in life where it's just not super necessary.
Yeah, if you're in the corporate world, you got to know that stuff. Like, it's wild. But if you're outside of that, then you're good. But, man, in the corporate world, they go into, you know, it's a lot. It's PowerPoint, it's Word, it's Teams, it's Excel. Like, my head spins. If I add 2 numbers in 2 Excel boxes, I'm like, yeah, look at that. Nailed it. You know, I don't know how people do it, but good on them, just not my speed. Thankfully, our numbers are all about sports wagering at BetMGM. All right, coming up next on Bet Sweats, Sammy P and Joe O recap the weekend's football results and give their favorite Major League Baseball plays and Monday Night Football plays as well. And then Mia O'Brien will join the show at 11 o'clock. The slate is clean, so let's pick some winners.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. Start us off 1-0.
Yeah, best bet of the night is going to be Patrick Mahomes over his rushing attempt prop of 4.5 for -118. It feels to me like I like betting on things that have a high floor. And we have seen Patrick Mahomes, no matter what the game script is, he has rushed at least 4 times in every single game this year. And that's a theme that we've seen, is that Patrick Mahomes has taken over the offense when it needs to have a little spark to it. And here's the thing. Desperation goes into quarterback rush attempts as well, and maybe the Chiefs aren't quote-unquote desperate, but they are 2-2. They need wins on the season, and we've seen this from Patrick Mahomes, where he's hit this in 3 of 4 games. In the games that have been close, and if odds makers are correct, and the line is 3.5 in this one, if we get a game that's not a blowout, in those type of games, Patrick Mahomes has well exceeded this number. Had 6 carries for 57 yards in a loss to the Chargers, had 7 carries for 66 yards against the Eagles, and even in that 22-9 win over the Giants, where that game wasn't really close, he rushed it 5 times. So I think this has a high floor, and I think Patrick Mahomes is going to feast with his legs against a good defense in the Jags in a game that they absolutely have to win. So let's go Patrick Mahomes over his rushing attempts prop of 4.5 for -118.
All right. I'm going to start with baseball, and then I will go to Monday Night Football. Brewers on the money line taking on the Cubs. We got Shota going for the Cubbies, Aaron Ashby going for the Brewers. On its surface, you think, okay, this seems like an advantage for Chicago and Shota Imanaga, but Shota has not been great late in the season. If you look at his last 7 outings, he's given up at least 2 runs in all 7. During that time, his ERA has jumped from 3.15 to 4.50. I think the advantage goes to the Brewers. Aaron Ashby is the opener for the Brew Crew. He's not going to go long in this game. I believe his outs prop is set at 5, and I believe he's going to hand the ball off to Quinn Priester, one of the better starters in Major League Baseball, certainly a linchpin of that rotation for Milwaukee. And even if Priester doesn't go, the Brewers bullpen, going back to the regular season, 3rd best bullpen in the National League. Now, I will say this is your sabotage factor. Imanaga has faced Milwaukee 3 times this season, allowed 8 runs over 7 2/3, or 17 2/3. So he's been very solid against them, but I don't trust his current form. And as we know, the Brewers have been exceptional in Milwaukee this season, 52-29 at home during the regular season. 3rd best record in the majors. So let's go Brewers on the money line at -125 today against the Cubbies.
Yeah, it's going to be a squad play because for me, it's the Cubs and the fact that their depth has already been tested. Like, even in the wild card round, they had a bullpen game, the 2nd game of the wild card round. So they've had more wear and tear on their bullpen than the Brew Crew, who was sitting around and resting up. And here's the other thing about Milwaukee. This is not a team that's overvalued. In fact, they have a winning record this year as underdogs. This is not a team that people want to bet on, but when they do, the Brewers reward you nicely. When they are favored, 60-35 this year. When they're at home, like you mentioned, 53-29. And here's the thing about the Cubs. Their home field advantage is real, at least when it comes to their record. They are 52-32 this year at home, but when they're on the road, like they'll be tonight, just 42-40. And as underdogs this year, 18-26. So situationally speaking, this feels like a bad spot for the Cubs. Great price on the Brew Crew today, the team with the best run differential in all of baseball. So Brew Crew at -125, adding that to the card as well.
All right. Okay, I've talked enough about it, so it's time for me to put my money where my mouth is. Jags +3.5 hosting the Chiefs. Oh, I know. This is going to be a Kansas City blowout, isn't it? I just don't think so. I think the Chiefs are overvalued right now. And yes, that was an impressive win against the Ravens last week. But in retrospect, is it as good as we thought? Because the Ravens were missing 7 starters on defense by the end of that game. They also had Lamar Jackson. They got blown out. And now, based on what we saw yesterday against the Texans, maybe Baltimore just sucks this year. So I think the market is overvaluing the Chiefs in this spot. Look, they're still the 2nd favorite to win the AFC, so it's not like people aren't putting money on Kansas City. They are. The game script here, if you're the Jags, is to feed Travis Etienne and to keep this game close. Make sure you don't have a shootout between Trevor Lawrence and Patrick Mahomes. And when you look at both of these defenses at the total defense rankings, Jacksonville and Chiefs, pretty much both middle of the road, very similar. I like the home team here. I think Jacksonville makes sure Etienne gets his carries on the ground. They keep it close late, and this is a field goal game. So at 2.5, I like the Chiefs, but at 3.5, at home. I will go against the Jags and believe in Liam Cohen, who says, keep my name out of your mouth. Jacksonville tonight at home.
I wonder if this line moves at all. Or do you think it stands pat at 3.5? Because
think
I
it's
would
gonna
imagine the casual bettors are probably going to be on the Chiefs, but I don't know if it'll move the line.
Yeah, I don't know either. We got to ask Joe O. He's coming up here shortly. We'll get his quick take before we bring in the crew from Bet Sweats, find out what he thinks about tonight. Before that, we got to bring in the Donkster. Donkster, good morning.
My Monday MVP comes from the NFL.
Okay. Well, who is it?
Travis Kelce from the Chiefs.
Yeah, but he didn't even play.
Well, according to Taylor Swift, he's a cut above.
Well, we're going to have to stop you right there.
What a unit! He's your Monday MVP.
Okay. Do you have a play for us?
I do. Phillies, money line, hosting the Dodgers.
Okay, good job. What's coming up next on Bet Sweats? For that, we bring in our good friend Joe O. Joe O, how you feeling about tonight's game?
I thought the Donkster's MVP was going to be his guy, Mark Sanchez, but that's a whole nother story. Everything going on there. I would say this, that the narrative has been Chiefs offense is back after Worthy came back. How about we remember that they played the Baltimore Ravens? How do they look right now on the defensive side? So maybe that was just as much about the Ravens. I think a lower scoring game. That's where I'm at. This Jaguars defense looks real. They create turnovers at a high rate, something they didn't do last year. So I'm thinking we'll have a lower scoring game than many people expect.
All right. I'm with you.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same page because I will say one thing I do believe in is the Chiefs defense. And I think this is going to be a tall task for the Jags. And here's the other thing, like the Jags, the quarterbacks they have faced, nothing like Patrick Mahomes. Like Jake Browning, Bryce Young. So I don't know. We'll see.
Joe O, great to see you. I'm sure you're talking about Mark Sanchez. We tried to avoid that. That's a hell of a story. Oh, my God. Good to see you, man. Have a great show. That's it for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you have a great Monday. See ya.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
They got one shot at it. No pressure on the quarterback. He's got time to heave it. There's a whole pack of people there, and it's incomplete. And there's no flag. And the Broncos have their signature win.
1:14 to go. It's Daniels. Pressured. Float one for the corner. Debo Samuel. He's got it. That's the exclamation point.
Clock running inside of 5 minutes. Ward goes through his progressions. Everyone covered, slings it back. It's deflected and picked. Taylor Demerson, and then the football came out. Who recovers? Tennessee for the touchdown in a crazy sequence. Hecker the holder, Morgan Cox the long snapper. The kick from Sly is good. And the Tennessee Titans end their 10-game losing streak.
Got it! And Tampa Bay will win it on a walk-off 39-yard field goal. What an incredible season they have put together to get out of the gates.
Everybody backed up to the 35. A lot of laterals coming. The first pass has to be caught first. It is by Palmer, but no time left on the clock. And the last of the unbeatens has fallen in the NFL. The Bills have lost at home, and the New England Patriots let everybody know they are here.
Yeah, some big-time upsets over the weekend. Welcome on in. It's Monday morning. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich here for Bet Sweats the next 3 hours on the BetMGM Network. Go to BetMGMNetwork.com. Subscribe on YouTube to the BetMGM Network YouTube page, and you can watch us on Stadium this hour via BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. We have a breakdown of Monday Night Football. KC Jacksonville coming up in 20 minutes. As usual, case of the Mondays, Monday moons, Monday morning market moves, both in the college and in the NFL level. Where's the room? We've got it. We've got Monday Night Football, and hopefully we get some baseball stuff for you from the room. The room suck again. Mia O'Brien on the Jaguars will be joining us in the final hour of the show. Sammy, had a feeling. I think it was partly because it was coming off of Thursday Night Football, but I had a feeling this would be the week where you didn't know what the hell was going to happen, that we had all these 7-point favorites, and in the end, 3 of them go down. Not just 7, but past 7, past the touchdown. It was the Rams. It was the Cardinals debacle. And last night, the Patriots pull off the big upset. All that chatter, from me included about New England not playing anybody all week. Well, they showed all season. Well, they showed that they can play with the biggest boys in the game, winning at Buffalo.
Drake May was unbelievable on Sunday Night Football. Outplayed Josh Allen, the MVP, in his building Sunday night as an 8-point dog. And that division price, there were a lot of people that were texting me at the end of the game, I like the Pats to win the division. And then you check every sports book and the market is down because, of course, you like the Patriots after the game, not before the game, after the game. But a great win. That is the signature win so far of the Mike Vrabel era. It's very clear, and I was very anti-Patriots before the season because I thought the roster isn't good enough. The quarterback might be. I still don't want to rush to judgment. I saw a lot of people last night, he's the best quarterback under 23. Maybe.
Oh, my God.
Maybe.
Whatever, with the qualifiers.
It doesn't matter. Well, yeah, it was Ben Solak. If I could pick any quarterback under 23 right now, he's the guy. Oh, okay, got it. Nice win. Amazing performance. That throw he made to Diggs when he was running right, I thought he was going to run out of bounds. And then he fires a laser to about the 5-yard line where only one guy could catch it, and that was Stephon Diggs, who took that game a little personal last night, huh? 10 grabs, almost 150 yards, could not cover Stephon Diggs. That was a big moment for Drake May and a big moment for this Mike Vrabel regime. To your point about Survivor, if you've made it this far, exhale, because there were a lot of landmines this week. A lot of people landed on at least one, if not two. I'm sure we'll talk about yours. I have no idea what you did in Survivor, so I can't wait to hear your side of it. I've always thought, people like movies. You want to spend $15, $20, go see a movie. If you had $20 on the Cardinals money line yesterday, I mean, you got everything you wanted, but the result you wanted. I mean, that game had everything. I guess I should have shaped it this way. If you had $20 on the Titans money line, that's better than any movie, and you walked away with money. Imagine if you had that yesterday with a 1.8% chance to win that game, and somehow it happens. You're supposed to be up 28-6, but your running back decides, I'm going to flip this ball out of my hand before I cross the goal line. And then all the plays at the end, Cam Ward throws a pick, and then the Titans score on the same play. And then still, Joe, at the very end, the Titans kicker tried to miss it. He tried to miss the game-winning field goal. He just slipped it inside the upright.
Look at what had to happen in the Rams loss and the Cardinals loss. Like, the Bills loss was actually normal. That was one of the big upsets. That was a normal loss. And we're going to see, it looks like May against Allen for a long, long time, and they're probably going to have some battles down the road. That's what it's shaping up right now. We don't want to jump too far to your point, but, I mean, that's how it looks early on. Those other two losses, we went over on Friday what happened with the Rams, and then the Cardinals won. What are the chances that happens? We had a number of fourth quarter comebacks, which was really exciting yesterday because I wasn't sure how exciting the day was going to be based on how the early games were going. Oh, so we just going to have blowouts all day? No, we actually got some really crazy finishes, including Bucks and Seahawks. Like, I thought that was probably the best game of the day. If you love offense, man, that one had it all. But Arizona, I mean, it was the last spot to take Arizona. A lot of people had them, and you were sitting pretty early. It looked really strong. And then one dumb thing, even though you're up a couple of scores, flips it all, changes it all, and you kind of got that feeling. My God, what a disaster that was. And, like, there are teams like Arizona. I don't think anybody really felt comfortable. I heard people talking up Arizona, and yes, I did have some Survivor on Arizona. But I heard people talking them up like, oh, yeah, -7.5 is one of my favorite plays of the week. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's Kyler Murray at home as a big favorite. You're laying 7.5. Like, there's a very different conversation doing that versus just getting out of there with a victory. And Kyler Murray couldn't do either. That one was absolutely disgusting. Another fourth quarter comeback. How about the Denver Broncos going to Philly? Bo Nix, for 3 quarters, people are like, back to reality. This dude sucks. They thought he was the franchise quarterback. He took over the fourth quarter. He was a big reason they ended up winning that game. They're down 17-3 in that fourth quarter. I don't think anybody had them winning. I didn't even bother checking on the money line. I was on Broncos +4.5, just hoping that was going to get home. All right, maybe we get a touchdown. Maybe we can get it within the number. No, they pull off the victory. That was incredible. The passing game showed up for the Eagles too. So it shows up against a very quality defense, but not enough. I don't know what happened to Saquon Barkley. He's not here this year. I'll just say that. But you felt like the way the Eagles were skating by, it was going to happen one of these weeks. It happened this week.
No doubt. I mean, they should have had a couple losses arguably coming into the game. So you could make the case that they've been very fortunate to get to the point that they were coming into that game, and you just had a regression to the mean. That's basically what happened. They should have had a loss already, and now they have their first. Saquon Barkley in 5 games has 267 rushing yards. That's it.
5 games.
267, averaging 3.2 yards per attempt. 3 touchdowns, which is nice. I felt good, though. I'm up 17-3 in the fourth quarter. I'm like, all right, let's go. Finish it off. The world champs, you're at home. You got a 14-point lead. Fangio's cooking up everything. And then I thought, honestly, the play of the game was when Sean Payton decided, oh, no, we're going to go for 2. We're going to take the lead. It zapped all the energy out of the building.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it's fair to say the Broncos won the game at that moment because a lot of other things had to follow through and they still had to finish the game. But when they said down 1 in Philly, no, we're going to go for the lead, the building went silent. And from that point forward, I think the fans realized, oh, we're not invincible. I have a buddy who's a big, let's call him a Pennsylvania sports fan. His name is not Paul Aspen, but maybe we can get Paul's thoughts on this later.
Joe Giglio.
So he went to Penn State. Penn State loses as a 26-point favorite to UCLA.
We'll
the
get to
Phillies
that.
the Phillies get Teoscar Hernandez on Saturday night,
That's
and
awesome.
then the Eagles lose to Bo Nix on Sunday.
Mhm.
Not a great day to be a Penn State Phillies, and then not a great Sunday to be an Eagles fan.
Hit the parlay on that one. Yeah, that was a rough one. You know, they mentioned it in the broadcast, and I think it's worth pointing out, Nick Bonito, he's awesome. And he may have been the reason that the Broncos ended up winning that game. 2.5 sacks, 2 tackles for loss, 3 quarterback hits. Unreal game. Broncos pull off the upset, hand the Eagles their first loss of the season, and then the Bills were the last team that was unbeaten, that finally lost. So everybody in the NFL, this is what Goodell wants, right? This is what the owners want with the parity. Everybody has a loss. Tampa Bay, Seattle, 38-35. You know, I didn't even have a huge in-depth handicap of the game. I just saw the number. I'm like, why is Baker getting more than a field goal? Okay, I guess the thinking is you've got Seattle, a metric darling, and you have Baker. Oh, he can't do it again. He can't do it again. He did it again. Unbelievable, man. Like, don't make it a one-score game at the end. He has the ball. You don't want to be on the other side. Incredible game, going back and forth. Darnold with the late pick. Was it his fault? Wasn't it? I don't know. Goes off the helmet of a defensive player. But you look at Darnold goes for what? 341. Baker 379. Even in a loss for Seattle, they're 3-2 on the year. They've been pretty impressive. Now, there was so much chatter about all the Bucs injuries. What about Evans? What about Bucky Irving? My counterpoint was, what about the 3 Seattle starters that are out on their defense, which is fantastic? You're missing those 3 starters. You give up 38 points in your house. But offensively, it's been impressive what the Seahawks have done so far.
No doubt. The total in that game, by the way, was 44.
Yeah.
44. 38-35. I think they got that one wrong. And according to NFL research, the Buccaneers became the first team in NFL history, first team to win 4 of their first 5 games when they were either tied or trailing in the final minute of regulation. The Cardiac Kids live in Tampa Bay.
You know how I feel about the Offensive Rookie of the Year race, but Ibuka's going to be tough to catch. 7, 163, a touchdown, and the 2-point conversion yesterday, which was massive. He's going to be very difficult to catch. What about the other games? There were some garbage matchups. We know that, and there were some blowouts. But other games, what jumps out to you? What was most important?
Well, not a game, but more so the fact that the San Francisco 49ers are the 2nd seed in the NFC right now. To me, that's crazy. Wow. That they just keep dodging landmines and they keep finding ways to win. 4-1 now. Philly 4-1, San Fran 4-1. You also have Tampa and Detroit at 4-1. But I looked up this morning and saw San Francisco on line 2 with nobody healthy on offense, and I thought, whew, that was crazy. The other thing that stuck out to me yesterday, I had Dylan Gabriel under 180.5 passing yards.
Oh, man.
It was a dead winner the whole game. Gabriel threw an interception at the end of the game to seal the win. But no, Kevin O'Connell called a timeout. So you get another play. So Gabriel's sitting on, 159 yards or 160 yards. And then on the final play of the game, he throws like a 20-yard pass. Game ends. goes over 180.5.
It's a bad beat, man. It's a bad beat. I know
What
some
do you-
other people that
what
were
do you
on that.
do? What do
Yeah.
you do?
Yeah, you had it. You won. And O'Connell's mad at the ref. Dude, you're clearly calling timeout. And then he was mad at the referee for granting him the timeout after he saw the result of the play. It's like, dude, shut up. Quit crying about it. Got to mention also, you were on Washington before I heard a lot of people on Washington. People were surprised at what's happening with the Chargers. I don't know why. They don't have an offensive line right now. You shouldn't be surprised that the offense is struggling. We'll get into that coming up more. Joe O, Sammy P, Monday Night Football Breakdown. Chiefs, Jags tonight. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Slinging it, Pacheco. Pacheco finds his way to the end zone and a Kansas City touchdown. Looking to strike, pass, caught. Juju Smith-Schuster and a Kansas City touchdown.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll talk to Mia O'Brien later on in the show. Does a great job covering the Jacksonville Jaguars, but we want to give you our thoughts on Monday Night Football between the Chiefs and the Jaguars. You've got the Chiefs, a 3.5-point road favorite. The total in this game is 45 in the hooks. Sammy, both of these teams coming off impressive victories. At least they were impressive at the time, I should say. Now you say you beat Baltimore, and I don't think anybody really cares. But it does matter if Lamar was on the field or not. Kansas City, worthy returns. The offense has a great day. Mahomes, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions against what we're learning is an awful Ravens defense. And then on the other side, you've got the Jaguars. They went on the road in San Francisco, and their defense has been the story there. I know a lot of it is about Liam Cohen and much of the offense. Cohen this, Cohen that. So far this year, as they sit 3-1 on the season, it's been about their defense. So what are your first thoughts? Chiefs, Jaguars tonight.
This is my last bet of the weekend, Kansas City. It's 3.5 everywhere now, and can't sit here and say, oh, go lay 3, because the very few 3s that we had on Friday are gone. Now it's game day, and people wake up and go, oh, I like the Chiefs as a road favorite. So I very much doubt that we're going to see 3s again, although you do have cheap 3.5s at Pinnacle and Chris. Circa's at -110. Along with BetMGM, and the total has come down a little bit. We did see some 46s heading into the weekend on the game, but now we're about 45.5. So not really a surprise there. If you like Jacksonville, you probably are hoping that the Jags can keep winning the turnover battle, which they continue to do. Their defensive coordinator has been very, very good, and I've seen a lot of the Jags games so far. It's not like you get the same thing every week either. They do this thing called confusion, where they try and change their game plan. They tailor it to what the other team does well. A lot of coordinators are very stubborn and bullish in what they do. Like Brian Flores usually has the same plan every game. Vic Fangio, same plan every game. Jacksonville's done a lot of different things in a very small window, and it's applaudable, no doubt. I just don't think Mahomes is going to turn the ball over tonight. And when you really think about it, are you betting Trevor Lawrence against Patrick Mahomes on Monday Night Football? I know it's not that simple, but to me, I think it's very important. Like, is Lawrence going to beat Mahomes? I don't think so. So I'm willing to find out. In my newsletter, I have -3 on Fox. It's -3.5 in pools. It's -3.5. So let's just call it 3.5 to be fair. I would still lay it. I think there's a regression on Jacksonville. I don't think they're going to turn the Chiefs over a bunch. And I do think Mahomes and company are going to take care of business. I don't usually find myself on the road favorite. I don't, especially in prime time. I'm a dog guy. You're a dog guy for the most part, but I'm on the favorite here.
Yeah, I don't have a play on the side, like in contests where I have to pick 5 teams, 7 teams in one of them. I didn't land on this game. So obviously, I don't have it as one of my favorite sides. The question that we're going to probably get a clearer answer on tonight, this Jaguars defense. We know about the turnovers, but outside of the turnover stuff, is this real? How improved are they? Because if you look at some of the other numbers, they're just as impressive. It's not just about the takeaways. Sometimes you find a defense that's middle of the road and it's all about the takeaways, right? Like we used to see that when Lovie Smith was here in Chicago. It was the takeaways were the difference maker, the peanut punch, all that stuff. I wonder if that's what it is, because they're number 2 in EPA per play, EPA per drop back. They're 3rd, success rate, they're 4th. They're playing to a very high level. Okay, but what about the offenses they've gone against? You start off with Carolina, then it's Cincinnati, week 2. So that was the game that Burrow was injured, right? I want to say that's the case.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you did not get a full game. Yeah, not even close. It was mostly Browning in that game. Browning had 32 attempts. Burrow had only 13. So you can't even say that that was a Burrow game at all. And you end up losing at the very end. They should be 4-0, which is just wild to say. Houston, I don't know. They're getting back on track. But again, they played Baltimore last week.
Are they?
But we could say the same thing about Kansas City because
I agree.
They played Baltimore last week. And then San Francisco, hey, there hasn't been a game where offensively we're just blown away. So I'm not doing anything with the side. Here's what I do like. I like the under. That's sitting at 45.5. This is a Spags game, man. To your point about is Mahomes really going to lose to the Jaguars? I would say is Spags really going to lose to Trevor Lawrence, right? Like that. I think that's just as much of it. I expect it to be a lower scoring game, and we'll find out how real this Jaguars defense is. But I'm looking forward to it because we're going to find out a lot about the Jaguars. There are certain teams in the NFL that have had impressive starts, maybe more impressive than most people were expecting. A lot of teams in the AFC South, apparently. And we're going to find out a lot about the Jaguars. We went into last night saying, okay, we're going to find out a lot about the Patriots. See if you're for real. And they take down the Bills on the road. Well, we're going to find out about the Jaguars tonight.
The books will definitely need the Jags. I'm guessing that a lot of the parlays, I didn't confirm this, but I'm guessing a lot of the parlays from Sunday are rolling into Kansas City money line. Yeah. What am I going to do? Call somebody at 6:30 a.m. Pacific time? Hey, do you guys need the Chiefs to lose tonight? Hang up. Click. Yeah, of course we do. So I hate being on that side. I have a feeling when we do the room later on in the show, there will be plenty of Chief props in there, and we're going to see bet splits all day from John Ewing and Ben Fox. Oh, the books need the Jags. Yes, it's probably how it's going to shake out tonight, and that's not going to change. Cheap money line price too on KC, relatively speaking, minus 200. Usually they're in a much more expensive range, but that bakes in how good Jacksonville has been. And there are some wise guys that are going to bet Jacksonville at plus 3.5. As we know, wise guys bet numbers, not teams. And I'm on Kansas City, so what am I? Not a wise guy in this scenario, but I just want to see it. I said last night I'd like to see it out of Drake May, and Drake May knocked us out of Survivor. So let's see if Trevor Lawrence can do the same.
The number's 3.5, a number of Chiefs-related player props in the room. Over or under 3.5?
Ooh. Probably.
I go over.
I mean, I would think it'd be 4 Chief players, but for the sake of entertainment, let me guess under 3.5. I assume I'm getting plus money under 3.5.
Yeah. You have to get plus money on that. It's $1.30, so you got plus 110.
Okay,
take that.
I take the plus 110.
2 Jaguars.
You know, there's gonna be worthy props. Worthy props are gonna be the move tonight for the public.
Kelsey, Mahomes, and so then you have one more. So my question is, which one are the Jaguars? Is there an ETN one?
Could be. Maybe a Brian Thomas Jr. under
drops
in the room.
Drops over under. Is that
you know what's going to happen? We're going to see a prop on something stupid like Butker field goals or something like that. You know something stupid is coming.
Yeah, I'm expecting 4. You're expecting 3. Anything else on this game?
No, I mean, look, Jacksonville. If you want to get ahead of Jacksonville, and let's look at some of their prices in the macro, not in the micro. Let's say they win this game, because we can't just sit here and act like the Chiefs are going to win and it's already decided. Jacksonville futures are going to take a huge slice if they do win this game. Right now, you could find them 18-1 to win the AFC. It's a pretty big number for a team that could be, Joe, at the end of the day, could be 4-1 with wins over San Francisco and Kansas City and Houston. If Houston does actually turn this around and make a run here, you're going to have a 4-1 Jags team that is not going to be 18-1 to win the AFC. It's not going to be 50-1 right now at BetMGM to win the Super Bowl. I'm not even saying I like Jacksonville, but let's just play this out. I think most people expect them to lose. I think the books expect them to lose. That's why they're a 3.5-point dog at home. But if they win, and you find yourself before the game on the Jags at 50-1 Super Bowl or 18-1 AFC, and they win, you're going to see that Super Bowl price go down to like 25-30-1. And the AFC price could go down to 10-1. So if you're in that Jacksonville boat tonight, and I know some of you are, that's fine. Good luck to you if you are. If they win, those future prices are going to get slashed. And tomorrow morning, we're going to talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars, 25-1, 30-1 to win the Super Bowl, not the 50-1 you can find right now.
On Friday, I was asked about the Texans plus 750 to win the division, and I don't know that that's an awful idea. And you could still find them plus 650 if you shop around. Most spots around 5-1. Indy's going to be tough to catch. We'll see Jacksonville. Jacksonville's got a tough road coming up. If you're trying to time the market, not sure this is the best time, because after Kansas City, they've got Seattle next week on short rest, and then they've got the Rams. I believe that one's an international game. That's tough. That's a tough road, man. The Jaguars play the Colts twice in the last 5 weeks, so we're going to have to wait a while before this division is decided. Maybe this is the division where you're kind of looking at that third favorite and thinking, okay, maybe we can get a little bit of value there. You know, the Titans are obviously out of it, but I think even though the Texans started, 0-3, I think they're still in this race.
They could be. And current price right now, despite being only 2-3, plus 500 at BetMGM. These division prices are wild in some of these divisions, and we'll talk about these more tomorrow. We usually look at a lot of the future markets on Tuesday, but since we're on the matter, division prices, let's just go to the AFC East real quick. During the game last night, when Buffalo had a lead, the Bills were minus 3,000 to win the AFC East.
Wow.
3,000? Yeah. Oh, during the game. I was looking at it. I was watching it. Like, wow. And I didn't even do anything with it. But I thought to myself, if the Patriots win this game, which I wasn't trying to entertain because we had Buffalo and Survivor, RIP, you could have bet the Patriots at about 22-1 to win the division. And you look up this morning and BetMGM has plus 350. That's an insane shift from going into the game to the end of the game. They didn't actually put that up until this morning, but from 22-1 in game on the Patriots to win the AFC East to now plus 350 at BetMGM.
I didn't play any Bills Survivor, but for everyone that did, I respected the move. I thought game theory wise, it was a great idea. It was, you got a great team favored by more than a touchdown, very low ownership. I didn't see them as one of the top 3-4 picks in any of the pools I'm in because they were either saving them, they already used them, or they're just going somewhere else this week. I thought that was a great look. I mean, the Rams, I thought was a great look, and it made sense. The Cardinals, too. This league is stupid sometimes, man.
Oh, yeah.
Look at some of the results and how they got there. Like, it's dumb. Like, I have to take a look, but I was listening on a podcast to someone and the explanation behind taking the Bills in Grandissimo. This is before the result. I don't know how they feel about it now. That's the pool that's $100K per spot. But like, if you hit that, you are in an awesome spot and it's low ownership. Just they didn't do their part, as you always say. So yeah.
Grandissimo saw 20 people knocked out on the Cardinals and 15 people knocked out on the Rams.
Whew.
So there's only 10, 15, 19, 20 entries left in Grandissimo. Those were also the two most popular plays in Circa Survivor. 3,500 on the Rams out, 3,100 on the Cardinals out. And also, in case you were wondering, Joe, 5 people did not get their picks in this week for Survivor.
I was wondering. They're idiots. Man. Mighty.
You got one job. Get in a pick.
Dude, one of the divisions we have to talk about tomorrow, AFC North. The 1-4 Ravens are still favored.
No, stop. Stop with the Ravens.
Why are they favored? Why are they favored? It looks like Lamar's going to miss next week too. And then they go on bye. Okay. All right. That's it. But you probably hate everyone in the division, but somebody's got to win it. So that is definitely worth a conversation. Joe O, Sammy P, case of the Mondays. I've got a few things on my list that we need to address. Sam, I'm sure the same for you. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
the Yankee has is if you, Mo, Andy, and A-Rod come back and play Reggie Jackson, Babe Ruth, all of them. Yo, DeMario,
Poppy,
Roger Mary.
Jesus.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Monday morning, I fly out the door.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
I scream all alone.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
I hear the boss is in a bad mood again.
We got a case of the Mondays here on Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P. You also heard Poppy giving it to Jeets last night. I felt that was happening. I had the TV on mute at the time, though. I was watching NFL, but I don't think anybody minds that. A lot of stories coming out lately, especially about Jeter and how he treats people. I don't think people mind that at all. BetMGMNetwork.com, the YouTube page, the BetMGM Network YouTube page. Make sure you subscribe there. Case of the Mondays, do this every Monday morning. What bothered us from over the weekend? Maybe it's one thing, maybe it's 20 things. Sam, where do you want to start?
James Franklin comes out after the game, after Penn State goes on the road to UCLA in the blue out. 15,000 people going nuts for UCLA football. They lose that game somehow. I don't know. I mean, apparently Dan Lanning broke Penn State after Oregon knocked off Penn State in the whiteout, which Penn State wore blue in, by the way. Then Penn State wears white in the blue out in Los Angeles. Anyways, very confusing. To lose that game to a team that didn't have a win and that showed no semblance of life is the most embarrassing loss of the season in college football. And our buddy, Big Game James, after the game comes out, as he always does after a heartbreaking loss, and says, you got to give credit to UCLA. Their coaches called a great game. Shut up, dude. That is as disastrous as it gets for a team that, again, played nobody in the non-conference to ramp up for Oregon, lose in overtime against Oregon, and then lay an absolute egg against one of the worst teams in college football as a 25, 26-point favorite. And you come out after the game and you're stacking your little papers. You know, I want to just give credit to UCLA and their coaches. That guy, how does he come back? How does he come back? And I'm not even a Penn State guy. I had no money on the game. If I was a Penn State fan, though, I would be enraged. Because for 3 or 4 or 5 years now, we've heard the same thing. If it's not this year, when is it? We keep having that conversation.
Yeah.
Everybody does it. Every year with this team, with this guy. And I love the memes, too. The Key and Peele memes with James Franklin. It's so funny. Every time Penn State loses, they show one of the guys dressed up like James Franklin running out of the tunnel. It's very funny. To come out and not lay it out there like it is, and to just give credit to UCLA's coaching staff. And then he comes out yesterday on Twitter. I want to read the tweet exactly verbatim because he tweeted all this stuff about playing UCLA. And then yesterday he comes out and tweets, game week. Let's do this in all caps together and go 1-0, Nittany Nation. Northwestern, Northwestern, Northwestern. Hashtag we are. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to see that. 2.3 million views on that tweet, by the way. 1.3 thousand replies. 100 retweets, what I meant to say. The replies are just otherworldly. His buyout is $50 million.
Yep.
I don't know how he makes it out of this season, but for him to just act like that was another game and another loss, you were a 26-point favorite against a team that had a win total of 1.5. 1.5 was the adjusted win total coming into the game. They lose to that team. That team is a disaster. That program needs to change.
We have the exact same number one case of the Mondays. His name is James Franklin, It's hard to add much to that. I'll just say this: they are now 0-5 against the spread on the season. I said I expected a bounce back. I was like, yeah, it's UCLA. They couldn't beat Northwestern last week. They got this new coach, and that's supposed to give you some sense of life or whatever. Yeah, holy crap. Last year, I was going too far because I had my opinion set on James Franklin, and then they lose to Ohio State. I'm like, fire him! And you're like, Joe, calm down. That's ridiculous. You can't fire James Franklin after losing to Ohio State. All right, now we've got, and this obviously does not include this past weekend, but we have 25 games against top 10 teams. He's 4-21 straight up. That is enough. What? You're Penn State. What else are you waiting on? What else? And I had a different problem with the post-game press conference. And yours was giving credit to UCLA. You can't be doing that. And you're spot on with that. Mine was the excuses. What a B, man. You're so small, dude. He came right at you with the excuses. He started talking about the Oregon game. Last week's loss impacted this week. He's talking about the injuries from last week's game, the injuries they got to practice. Talking about the travel, going out west. Yeah, you want all the money, right? This is part of it. You're going to bring in those California teams into the Big Ten. Oh, we didn't have the energy. Well, whose fault is that, dude? That's mostly you. You've got to get your team up and ready to play. If you're not up after a home loss to Oregon, ready to bounce back, I don't know what the hell. So in college football Survivor, I want to always knock it out so it's not looming over. I was actually sitting there staring, Sam, at Penn State Northwestern. I don't know that I should make them one of my picks in all of my spots. Because if you lose at UCLA, who's to say that Northwestern can't beat you? The point spread's about the same as the UCLA game. But now they're home, and it's Northwestern. I thought that was interesting. The same exact point spread as it was on the road the previous week. Yeah, it's probably going to be the biggest upset of the year. Probably. Nico ran for 128 yards and 3 rushing touchdowns. This great vaunted Penn State defense couldn't stop them. How about that? How about your run game? Outside of Drew Aller, their leading rusher had 50 yards. I thought they were going to dominate the country, and this was going to be the best team in football. What a joke, man. Yeah, $50 million buyout. It's time. It's not just a top 10 thing. It's not just, they're great teams. Even when you're favored against the really good teams, you lose. Now it's UCLA in the mix. So how many losses are we going to have by the time we get to the end of the season? Even if they finish with two losses, are they out?
I look at the price this morning. They're minus 900 to miss the playoff. But a lot of that is baked into, well, I mean, they're looking at the schedule. They still have to play, I believe, Indiana and Ohio State.
Yep.
With 3 losses, they're dead. If they can go 10-2, they'll make the playoff. They won't win it. But they got to go. Here we go. Here's a stretch that'll kill them this year. At Iowa, which they could definitely lose. At Ohio State, and then home against Indiana. They're definitely going to lose one of those games, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
So It looks like it's over. And if you're a Penn State fan, it's Groundhog Day. This could be the year. This could be the year, finally. No, it's never going to happen with that guy. And if you don't know that by now, you're never going to get it. One other quick thing. I don't ever really complain about my fantasy team because nobody cares about your fantasy team. Let me just say this, though. I lost another game this season. And, my team is decimated by injuries. I'm down 3 starters now. And have been for a long time. I somehow finagled the lineup that scored 136 points this weekend, down 3 starters and 1 guy on the bye. I've lost twice now, scoring 135 points. My team has allowed the most points in the league through 5 weeks. I've allowed 521 points. That's the most in the league by 70 points.
You got to talk to your defense.
Is that unlucky?
You got to talk to your defense.
It's not my defense.
I know.
Yeah, it's like I just keep playing other teams that have career weeks. Like to score 135 twice and lose in the same 5-week window is almost mathematically impossible. And then in the group thread, it's Sammy P lost again, and it's like I shouldn't get this upset, but it is your friends that you grew up with, and like, tough one again, and I've literally scored 135 points twice and lost both of the games. It's maddening.
That's why I hate fantasy. That's why I'm out.
It's so
like that.
stupid.
You could put together a great roster, have a great week, and say you have the second highest scoring week of everybody, and you could still lose. Like it's just as bad as the guy who didn't score any points. It is maddening, and I'm happy I'm out. I got to go back to DeMercado. Like, dude. So that tells me that Jonathan Gannon did not take the Adonai Mitchell video and show everybody. If you're a coach in the league, you had to take that Mitchell video from last week and show them. They did not. He clearly did not. Gannon had a terrible game at the end, too, the collapse. Everyone's going to put it on the running back, which I understand, and I'm part of that. But Gannon was terrible, and Kyler was also terrible. It's going to take a while to get over that Arizona one. It really is. But, like, most people were on them, but, geez, what a crazy week, man. We had a feeling this might be the week, and it was just a matter of dodging those landmines. Like, I was looking at maybe Indy was the game. Nope. Raiders suck, man. Geno,
awful.
Bad. Oh, are they awful. Whew. Joe Sammy P. Monday Morning Market Moves, college football and NFL. Coming up next, this is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The markets are open.
People always ask, well, why should I bet on Monday? Because you have the perfect number in front of you.
And the numbers are moving.
We've seen this total go from 47.
You're dealing with numbers all day long.
To 49, 49 and a half.
Bang, bang, bang.
Now you're getting a field goal in a game that was sit and pick 'em for so long.
Let's dive into some Monday morning market moves.
It's his first day on Wall Street. Give him time.
On Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back here on Bet Sweats, BetMGMNetwork.com, the BetMGM Network YouTube and Twitch pages. Make sure you are subscribed over on YouTube so we can see all the videos. You see when we are live, weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time, right here on Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P. We start with college football, then we head on the NFL. A number of NFL numbers are moving for week number 6 already. We'll get to that coming up in about 20 minutes, but first, college football. Sam, let's knock this out. We have not mentioned it so far. The Room, another losing week. Number 1, number 2 are your winners. The problem picks 3, 4, and 5. Vandy plus 10.5, a loser as Bama covers. Iowa State plus 1.5, a loser. Cincinnati took a huge lead early. They still end up winning the game at home. And then in the top 5 was BYU laying 19.5 on Friday night. BYU wins. They do not cover the 19.5. So 2 and 3, the Room goes in college football.
A back-breaking loss for the Room on Vandy. Vandy definitely should have covered.
I know.
But they didn't.
They
didn't. And it was wild because all week long, we were talking about how much we trusted Diego Pavia. And then you get to Wednesday, Thursday, you start talking to bookmakers, and they're all like, oh, Bama's going to kill him. Don't bet Vandy. It's a trap. It's a trap. And Vandy was right there. And if anybody didn't see it, Vandy had its back broken at the very end of the game. Alabama was trying to run the clock out, busted a run outside, and scored the cover play. Just to get outside the number, 30-14. But Vandy covered that game for 59 minutes. Gambling is stupid sometimes. I found myself off the Vandy side, telling people to bet Alabama. It doesn't matter how it wins sometimes. It's did you win, did you lose? But if you had Vandy, that's a kick in the junk right there. Plus, especially if you had like plus 12 or plus 13 from early in the week. That's a brutal loss if you had Vandy.
And if you had Bama, that one went your way. So remember that the next time you're crying about a bad beat. Like, that one totally went your way. Got a little bit lucky there. Did you walk away impressed with Vandy? Because I'm seeing some of that out there today, and I'm not going to fight against it. Like you said, they should have covered the number. There was expectation for those backing Bama, thinking, oh, Revenge City, they're going to destroy them. And that was not the case. They were in that game throughout.
I don't know about impressed. I thought they had some costly turnovers at the worst parts of the game. They're going up. Or going in, rather, 7-0, and then just have a brutal turnover inside the Bama 20, maybe even closer to the 10-yard line. And then just a couple other plays later in the game that they just had to make and didn't. I don't know that I was impressed. It was just a market correction. I never thought they were going to win the game, but I thought they were definitely going to cover, and they should have covered. I was impressed with, again, Carson Beck. And now you're starting to hear this, right? Well, it's not him. It's the O-line and the receivers and the defense. Okay. He's favored to win the Heisman Trophy. But it's not him, right? Yeah, he's doing nothing. 4 touchdown passes against Florida State. Just people are so dumb. Oh, he shouldn't win it. He's not the best player on the team. He's the quarterback of a team that might go 12-0 this year. And as you pull up BetMGM and click the Heisman tab, there's Carson Beck on line 1, plus 500. Not him, though. It's not his fault. It's the offense. It's the system. It's the O-line. It's the receivers. Who's getting them the ball?
Yep. I don't know what the argument is. And you're right. Now that they won that Florida State game, and by the way, don't get it twisted with the final score. They were up 28-3, right? It's 28-3.
And stopped pressing. They stopped. They took their foot off the gas.
Yeah, I'm shocked by that one. It's Florida State, dude. This goes way back. There's bad blood there. I'm shocked that they kind of took their foot off the gas. But Beck, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. He should be favored. I mean, if we've set the precedent that that's what we're doing, that this award is up for grabs, and whichever player, typically the quarterback, has the most impressive win/performance of the weekend, we vault them to the favorite, then you've got to move Beck up there. We've set that precedent. That's what's been going on with this race here in 2025. So he had to be the favorite.
Yeah, Dante Moore did not play, of course, so Oregon had to bye. Oregon has another very interesting game this week, which I know we're going to talk about here in a second. Indiana comes to Eugene, and we've seen some money on the dog in the game. But Carson Beck is on a 5-0 team that's number 2 in the AP poll with wins over Notre Dame, South Florida, Florida, and Florida State. He's the Heisman favorite. I'm not saying he's going to win, but he's deservedly at the top of the list. And then after him, you got Moore at 7-1, Jeremiah Smith and Ty Simpson 8-1, Mendoza 13, Sayin 15. Sayin had a really good game against Minnesota. Granted, Minnesota's not that great. But that's going to be a very important game for the Heisman. Dante Moore and Oregon against Fernando Mendoza and Indiana. If Mendoza can go into Eugene and pull off the upset, he might be the favorite. And the early move in that game, I got the odds logic screen up right now. Oregon at Circa yesterday opened up as a 10-point favorite. That number is now 8.5 at BetMGM, and a lot of books in Vegas and offshore down to 7.5. They are betting the Hoosiers early in this one.
That was massive. You always wonder in a situation like this, are they trying to get the number to a specific spot so they can come in on the other side and take the favorite? That is a big move. Sam, this is the game. I don't know if it's going to be the most bet game. It's going to be top 3 of the week when you have 2 top 7 teams in it, both 5-0 out of the Big Ten. Boy, to have a 2.5-point move just like that immediate, that says something. So I'm very curious where this ends up closing. Certainly something worth monitoring the rest of the week. I was very curious what they were going to do with Oklahoma, Texas, because we don't know about John Mateer. We don't know if he's going to play. And this is one we did not touch. How about Texas? Another loss for the Longhorns. Good old Arch. Don't think we're talking about him for Heisman anymore. All right, so Oklahoma on bye. Well, sort of. Kent State. It was bye and then Kent State. So a couple of byes over the last couple of weeks. And we've got Texas as a 2. Would you call it 2.5 across? And there were 3s. There are still some 3s out there, but it's pretty split, I guess. So what do you think of this number? Texas at the Cotton Bowl favored by 2.5 to 3.
Our friend Mo Pearson at Win on Saturday, I was asking him about this specific game because, these lines open Sunday. So the day before, I shot him a text and said, what's the number? And he said, this is as Texas is losing to Florida, mind you. He said, if Mateer is in, I make it a pick 'em. That was the way he responded to the question. I didn't lead him. I just asked, what's the line, Red River? And he said, if Mateer's in, it's a pick 'em. So if Texas opens 3, that's the books basically expecting that Mateer is out.
Yep.
If he were to play, you're going to see those 2.5s and 3s come down. This did open 3, and the initial push came in, obviously, on Oklahoma, who, ironically enough, blanked Kent State. Kent State did not score a point and still covered.
I know.
Whatever. That's twice they've done that now. I know.
You're like, they're going to get 7, right? I'm like, I don't know. But it didn't matter.
Here's what I ended up doing. I ended up going over 53. I didn't lay the 45.5. I thought, look, there's correlation. You either like Kent State in the under or Oklahoma in the over. And that proved to be true. I was on the wrong side, though. 44-0 as a 45-point favorite. So close. And then Oklahoma had a couple plays where Kent State was inside the red zone, and Oklahoma just made these Herculean plays to keep Kent State out of the end zone. And then Oklahoma's got to go 90 yards then, so it just, when you get Kent State to get down to the door, knock on the door, but not get in the door, you're not going to get over 53. But I digress. Oklahoma will be a lot closer to a pick 'em if Mateer comes back. The expectation is he's not going to be ready. I know you're holding out hope. Are you going to bet some Oklahoma +3 in anticipation that they clear him?
That's what I'm thinking right now. And honestly, if they don't clear him, I don't hate having the 3 because I'm not sure that I'm going to get the 3, even if they don't clear
Texas
him.
O-line is pitiful.
And we know about that Sooners defense, man. They've looked impressive, but they haven't had a test like this. This is good. It's going to be interesting. Week after week, it feels like people are walking away disappointed with Texas. Okay. Do we know enough now? I mean, I can't wait for this game. It's going to be fun. It's interesting early on in the first 24 hours that we have these numbers that the biggest games of the week are the ones that are moving, right? Like that's what's jumped out to me. And let's go to Ohio State, Illinois. This is a top 20 matchup here. Ohio State's still undefeated, only one loss for the Illini. And this one has been moving north in favor of the road team, Ohio State. This goes from 14.5 to, I saw 16.5 this morning. I think I see some 16s out there right now. Don't see the number everywhere there. But Ohio State, a big favorite going to Champaign.
I know the Illinois fans are holding out hope for an upset because it already happened against USC. This is such a step up in competition. I think they can cover, though. I mean, I haven't given that much thought to it, and I do think there's going to come a time, I don't know if it's today or tomorrow or Wednesday, but I do think we're going to be headed to 17, at which point you will see an appetite for people to take 17 because it's not a key number, but it's a big enough number to entice somebody on the dog, considering this was 14.5 yesterday. I'm not laying it, that's for sure. It would be dog or pass for me. Getting 16, 17 points with a game totaled at 50.5 is mathematically attractive. Don't know that I'll get there. And I did have Ohio State against Minnesota, laid the 23.5, and that was fun. I actually found myself on a bunch of favorites, like ended up on Notre Dame covered, ended up on Ohio State covered, found myself flipping on myself and betting Alabama covered. I'm like, wow, I have all favorites today. And they all handled business. It would be dog or pass. The other game where I'll probably be on the dog, I get USC's soft-ass offense against Michigan's defense. So USC's at home, only laying 2.5 to Michigan. Yeah, I'll be on the dog there for sure. Give me that Michigan physicality against the USC softness.
Did you see the Notre Dame game closed in some spots at 21.5 after sitting 20.5 all week? They win by 21.
We told you. Lay it before 21. Do not be laying 21, let alone 21.5.
Mm-hmm. Another good one, SEC. So now Bama goes on the road, laying 3.5 at Mizzou. They are 5-0 on the season, total 53 and a hook. So Alabama, another big game, but that's life in the SEC.
Man, they're betting Missouri early. Circa opened 4, and now we're 3 at basically most sports books. I see Blue Book has 3.5. BetMGM has 3. All the Vegas shops have 3. Initial push, I think they wanted to kind of test that. Because, when you open up 4, you're like, all right, let's give a little bit of the built-in respect to the favorite. We'll hang the favorite 4. Nope, now we're 3. Less than, when did it move? I'm guessing right away. About 5 hours in, they moved it to 3.5, and then early this morning, they moved it to 3. So the first 2 big pushes came in on Mizzou. That's a very, very elite offense in Columbia right now. And as somebody who's been on Bama the last 2 weeks, those moves are very, very powerful early in the week.
Initial reaction. Will Penn State cover against Northwestern? 21.5. Will they
My
win?
initial reaction would be no. but it's also Northwestern, man. Like, if there's one game Penn State could cover, it's against them.
I mean, they're all going to be thinking they're getting fired this week. That's all they're going to hear. Everybody's out, right? At home, you can't show up for this one after losing back-to-back weeks. Like, if they lose 3 in a row, I mean, everybody should be gone. Come on. Like,
on the spot.
Yes. Yeah. UCLA, Northwestern, when you're supposed to win the championship, you lose both of those games. Come on. Joe O, Sammy P, Monday Morning Market Moves, NFL version next, week number 6. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Everybody backed up to the 35. A lot of laterals coming. The first pass has to be caught first. It is by Palmer, but no time left on the clock. And the last of the unbeatens has fallen in the NFL. The Bills have lost at home, and the New England Patriots let everybody know they are here.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
With you on a Monday, Joe O, Sammy Pete, thanks for hanging out. We've got Monday Moons coming up in 20 minutes, top of the hour. Get some intel on the Jacksonville Jaguars as they are home underdogs tonight against Kansas City. Mia O'Brien will stop by at 11 a.m. Eastern. Joe O, Sammy Pete, the show, Bet Sweats. We are on X, Bet_Sweat, Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski, and we just did the college football Monday morning market moves. A lot of big games coming up this weekend. Plenty of those games already on the move, trying to figure things out. It's probably going to be a while. Do you think, before we dive into the NFL, are we going to end the show on Friday, going into the weekend, not knowing if John Mateer is going to play?
I don't know why Venables would say anything. Now, if somebody leaks the information and there's a report, maybe. I think they're going to play that so close to the vest. I mean, these college coaches have proven. You look at some of the things that Lane Kiffin has done in this season, other coaches just like kind of saying that guys might not play and then they play, or taking guys off the injury report. In college, you can get away with that stuff. And again, you're going to fine a guy $50,000 or $75,000. Oh, they're making $8 million. You know, like they're willing to take that hit if they can kind of throw you off the scent. So I would guess that we hear on Friday that he's a game time decision. Pete Thamel loves to do that. He's a game time decision. He might play. He might not play. Thanks, Pete. Like, that's all Pete does these days.
What's On 3 going to
do? I don't know. Probably not the right thing. So to answer your question, I think we're going to hear game time decision on Thursday or Friday from somebody, because that's the new buzz. That's the new buzz thing. Yeah. Oh, he's a game time decision. Thank you for telling us nothing. Like you've literally told us nothing. We all assume he's a game time decision. I don't think we're going to hear anything until what time is the game? I'm guessing it's like a 3:30 Eastern.
No, isn't it usually the noon Eastern game?
3:30 Eastern.
Oh,
I think we'll know by 2:30 Eastern whether he's in or out. And honestly, we've seen some of these kids. I follow a lot of quarterbacks. It was Oklahoma a couple years ago. Dylan Gabriel was the quarterback. Dylan Gabriel was taking snaps under center in pregame warmups. Taking snaps under the number one center. And everybody's like, oh, he's playing. And he had a concussion. And then 5 minutes until kick, Dylan Gabriel comes out of the tunnel wearing gym shorts. So Oklahoma made it look like he was playing to go as far as to put him under center in warmups. And then he doesn't play. So these college coaches do crazy things to try and keep you off the scent.
That's probably what Jenks was talking about, because he's like, oh, he's playing. Oklahoma's always playing games because, big Texas fan. So he's expecting the worst. So I can't wait. We're going to have no idea on Friday. I would be surprised if we have any idea who's going to be under center. There's going to be all sorts of reports all week. Accounts in college football that are in the rumor mill. Oh, they're going to be tweeting a lot. They're going to be looking for those interactions, man, those likes, those retweets, and they're going to get them this week. Just got to tweet out about John Mateer. Say something vague, and people are going to try and run with it. All right, in the NFL, plenty of games on the move. No game moved more than the following. The Indianapolis Colts. You have the Colts on one side, blowout win over the Raiders. And on the other side, you have the Cardinals, who completely botched their game against the Tennessee Titans. Sam, the look ahead was 3.5. It is now Colts -6.
What are you doing with it? You laying it?
I think the Colts are really good.
Oh, now you're there, huh? Now you're
No,
there?
I'm not saying. Well, they haven't played it, including yesterday. They still haven't played anybody really. The toughest competition was that Rams loss. I
Yeah,
do think
which they were in.
but I'm not
They were
laying
in
it.
that game. Yeah, they were in that game too against the Rams, and then had the unfortunate non-cover.
My
You're right.
point
I mean,
is,
look,
I understand the move.
100%. They did beat the Broncos, the Colts. I mean, that was an impressive game. But there's been a lot of crap on their schedule: Dolphins, Titans, Raiders. It is funny though. The Raiders beat the Patriots, and the Raiders probably should have beaten the Bears. You watched the Raiders yesterday, and you're like, oh, what a horrible team. Look, Arizona, if you're a zigzagger, if you do what you're not supposed to do, you're supposed to now bet the Colts because the Cardinals just lost to the Titans. So you're supposed to bet the Colts. These are the spots where wise guys will take the points. I don't know. I have no thoughts on it. It seems like an overcorrection, but it still might not be done climbing. We might get to 6.5, 7 here on the Colts.
Jonathan Taylor should be the favorite for Offensive Player of the Year. It's close with Puka, but 3 more touchdowns yesterday, 7 on the year. Man, it's been impressive. But when you dig into that box score, I know what the score was, and it was the Raiders being awful, turnover, same old story for them. They didn't kill them. They didn't blow them away. They barely outgained them in the game, believe it or not, but they didn't have to try in the second half because of the state of the game. So a number of other matchups did move. I was a little surprised by this move. And I'm talking about an AFC North matchup, Pittsburgh-Cleveland. So Cleveland, they're in London. They're coming back. Pittsburgh did not play yesterday. They're on bye. The look ahead was Pittsburgh -6. They bet Cleveland. I don't know if they're impressed with Dylan Gabriel or what it is, but dealing with that travel, it's sitting now 4.5. So 1.5 point move off the 6 down to 4.5.
I think people look at Pittsburgh's offense and how very, very bad it's been. I mean, Aaron Rodgers has been winning games, but it hasn't been pretty. Their defense has also been very alarmingly bad. So I think it's more of a fade of Pittsburgh being the favorite. When you look at their defense, I mean, they're 28th in yards allowed and 20th in points allowed. That's not a Steelers team that we know, that we've grown to expect. And then you look at their offense. Oh, they're 16th in points, but 29th in yards. So if you're a yards per play maven, you're not laying 5.5 with the Steelers. Now, that's not the only metric that matters, obviously, but I think a lot of the stats don't like what the Steelers are doing, and people don't think it's sustainable. And hell, that's probably why Pittsburgh still isn't favored to win the AFC North, which you brought up earlier in the show. I thought Cleveland defensively was very good until the very end of the game. I mean, their number one defense looked pretty good. And then they fell apart at the very end. Carson Wentz took them down the field, hit some big throws, and Minnesota gets out of there with not only the win, but the cover. Tough if you had Cleveland plus 3.5 or Cleveland plus 3.5 in contest. You were right there all the way. But I'm not surprised by a divisional move on the dog. Total only 37.5 at BetMGM, which also makes sense. Not surprised at all that the early move came in on Cleveland.
Best unit in the game, Browns defense. I don't think that's a question.
Nope, it's not.
Yep, that makes sense. Biggest favorite on the board. For those still alive,
Rams.
They're going to say Green Bay shove. The Packers against the Bengals is up to 15.
That's right.
How high? How high does this go? Packers off the
I forgot
bye.
Green Bay was playing Cincy. I'm like, wait a minute. Who are the big favorites this week? Rams. Broncos. Oh, yeah, there's the 14.5. I glossed over this one because I don't care to talk about Cincinnati that much.
Dude, Browning is so awful. Yeah,
Bad.
great. You had garbage touchdowns at the end. Who cares?
That have to be a Green Bay. I mean, when else would you have a better spot to use the Packers?
Are they going to stick with Brown? Are they going to make a change? The Bengals? With the turnovers,
There's no hope there. There's no hope there. There's nothing you can do that will fix what they have. Brett Rippon is the backup, by the way, in case those were wondering. Brett Rippon, that will save everything. I mean, their defense, the way the team is built, and we've talked about this all summer. We did talk about it, rather. They were very, very sketchy on defense. So the organizational plan there was, we're just going to outscore you because we have an elite quarterback. They knew they weren't going to be any good on defense. So what we're going to do is we're going to outduel you every week, which in this league is not really sustainable. And then the quarterback goes down. So their offense has nothing, and their defense was already a 0. I mean, it might be one of the worst teams in the NFL, honestly. With no Burrow and that defense, it's very difficult. Like, trying to take a team like Cincy or a team like Baltimore and rush to overcorrect is very difficult for a sports book because they know they're bad. But when Baltimore was shoved down your throat all summer as the #1 power rated team, how do you possibly catch up to the lack of Lamar and the lack of warm bodies on defense? It's very difficult to quantify the Ravens and the Bengals right now. And I mean, they both get throttled yesterday. So now what you do is you just have to push it out as far as you can while you feel comfortable. And 14.5 is probably going to be a good two-way number. Just get it through 2 touchdowns because you can't open it 11 or 12. You know you're going to write it. So let's just open it around 2 touchdowns and see what happens. Same with the Rams game. Rams at Ravens. You know, you can't open it less than 7. Given what we just watched yesterday, how do you open that game less than 7? You can't. Look ahead was 6.5. They reopened that game at 7, and now it's 8 and 9. And I don't know how much higher you can go, but it was very clear. You have to put these numbers north of the key numbers, north of the 7, north of the 14, because nobody's interested in anything less.
Monday Morning Market Moves, talking about the NFL, BetSwitch, Joe O, Sammy P. We have a double dip of Monday night games once again. And Sam, in both games, we've seen movement on the dog. After the Bills lose to the Patriots, they go to Atlanta for the first game in Monday Night Football. They are taking the Falcons. The look ahead was 5.5. Now I'm starting to see 3.5s pop up this morning. So they're going against the Bills after what they saw last night. And the other game, Chicago at Washington, the look ahead was 5. Now we're 4 across the board. I'm starting to see some 3.5s pop up. Backing Jaden Daniels, minus 3.5. But I guess the money's coming in on the dog here, too. So they're taking Atlanta and Chicago.
I was really hoping that Washington didn't win convincingly, because now Washington's going to be, very attractive. Oh, Washington's back. Oh, Jaden Daniels is healthy. They just clobbered the Chargers. I was hoping Washington was going to squeak out a nail biter. I guess you can't pick and choose. Like, we were happy to be on the Commanders +3. Nice win for sure, but maybe a little too nice, because now you're going to see that shift. Well, not only that, but like, if we're going to do the room projections, I think the room is probably going to bet Washington now because of how great Washington looked against, the Chargers are better than the Chiefs. And then the Commanders beat the Chargers handily. And now it's, well, maybe the Chiefs are better than the Chargers, and maybe the Commanders are good again. One of the post-game shows yesterday was like, this looks like the Washington team that went to the NFC Championship. And I'm like, damn it. They were undervalued, and now 1 week later they're going to be overvalued, because that's life in the NFL.
Yep. Yeah, you mentioned the Rams-Ravens game. That number is going to be fascinating, but the biggest game of the week, it's a no-doubter. We're just waiting on the KC result, but it's Sunday Night Football. The Lions at the Chiefs. Right now, you've got the Chiefs a 1-point favorite at Arrowhead. BetMGM is sitting at 1.5. Total 49.5 to 50, but I'm sure we'll see some movement based on what we see out of KC tonight.
If they roll, for sure, you'll see that go to 2. I don't know how much higher. I mean, I can't imagine we get to 3, because there will be people waiting with book bags to bet Lions +3 if it were to ever get there. That'll be an awesome game, a high handle game too. Chiefs, Lions on Sunday night. Everybody's going to have a bet on that one. Here's a game. What do you think they're going to bet in this one? You want to talk about market moves? This one has not moved yet, and it's very strange. New England, 3.5 at New Orleans. Wonder what they're going to bet in that one. Oh, Pat's only 3.5-point favorites. Line hasn't budged yet. Long way to go, but that one stinks to all hell on a Monday morning.
Bit of a letdown. Second straight road game. There's 3 straight road games they've got to deal with, even though some softer opponents. Rattler with another win? Maybe. Joe O, Sammy P, coming up next, Monday Moons on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Look at him, he's heading for that small moon.
That's no moon.
It started with me telling Joe that I just blasted a game to the moon.
You have an Aries sun and a Libra moon, so that means that the sun and moon are opposing each other.
Fade them to the moon.
Why some say the moon?
It is juice to the moon.
Can we talk about Gore Moon?
We choose to go to the moon.
Pacers, moon.
We choose to go to the moon because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept.
Monday Moons here on Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P, and the crew. Everybody giving out their Monday Moons. Best performance. Somebody you want to give some credit to from over the weekend in sports. A lot to choose from. NFL, college, of course, Major League Baseball. I haven't even hit on the postseason, which is off to a surprising start in some aspects. We'll get to that coming up before we get out of here. We'll find out where the room is at. Major League Baseball and NFL tonight. But Sammy, why don't you start us off? I don't know how many moons you have to hand out. I think I got 4 moons. How many moons for you?
Oh, I did a lot of in-depth mooning this weekend because I've been doing full moon, half moon, no moon, and you guys have been one-upping me in the segment that I thought I was very crucial in creating. You guys have outdone it. So I had to do a lot of research on different types of moons. I will say I have 3 moons, and they're all named after something that I didn't even know was a thing. So I'm overdoing it. I'm overcorrecting my performance in Monday Moons past. I could not find a moon that was good enough to give to Mark Sanchez. So I just moved on past that. I do have 3 other moons. This one is the Buck Moon. Who keeps it a buck? Who ruins survivor pools? Cam Ward. Cam Ward gets the Buck Moon for keeping it a buck. And somehow willing the Tennessee Titans to beat the Arizona Cardinals. There is a Buck Moon. So I gave that to Cam Ward, getting the Titans their first win. It's not like he was all that great, but he famously said, let's keep it a buck. We ass. So to say that and then have the Titans win outright on the money line, I thought Cam Ward should get a moon, naturally getting the Buck Moon. The Wolf Moon. The Wolf Moon is, let's see, I had the description in front of me. The Wolf Moon is inspired by cries of hungry wolves. Who was a hungrier wolf last night than Drake May? I am way willing to admit when I am wrong about something, and I did not think this Patriots team was good enough to begin the season. I've seen enough now to, I guess, understand the culture and the Vrabelness of this team. Granted, are they the best team in the AFC East? No, I don't think so. Although I think a lot of people are going to rush to that because they beat the Bills. I think the progression of this quarterback is outstanding so far. And it is interesting because he has 1 win against a winning team, but it's a damn good win. It's a damn good win. Last night, Sunday night, national TV. Bills got the Tony Montana jerseys on, all white, cold front, and he was better than Josh Allen last night. As a dog, a hungry dog, or a hungry wolf in this light. So Wolf Moon goes to Drake May, and then Worm Moon. Worm Moon. Yes, this is also a moon, which I learned about yesterday. Who's the biggest worm in college football right now? James Franklin, step on down. You are the recipient of the Worm Moon, losing to UCLA as a 26-point favorite.
All right. Good stuff, Sammy. I've got 4. We'll start with the quarter moon. The only reason that I'm still alive in any survivor pool is the Detroit Lions. So the Lions get a quarter moon. It was much expected. They were the biggest favorite of the weekend. But hey, a weekend of big favorites, they all go down. Not all of them. Many of them go down. But thank you, Lions, for keeping me somewhat alive in some of these pools here. So quarter moon for the Detroit Lions. We're going to go half moon. Who's getting a half? Teoscar. That was phenomenal. What a moment. And it also helped that I was like watching the game with a Phillies fan who was going nuts. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. And they took the 3-0 lead, leading throughout. And then, bam, punched them right in the face. awesome Dodgers comeback. And, I did bet the Dodgers for the World Series. I didn't even check on that number as we're waiting for game number 2 coming up later today. But I guess it's CLV, and I probably should be mad at it. That morning, before the first game, I decided to take Teoscar 100-1 World Series MVP. I look now.
Damn.
There are 25s.
Wow.
There are 25s out there. The highest number I see is 45. But where he is in that lineup, I think I did half on Teoscar, I did half on Muncy. Both were 100-1. So I think if they're going to be there in the end and you get a couple of guys in top 4, top 5 in the lineup, you at least have a puncher's chance to win that. So we'll see on Teoscar. Half moon, that was a cool moment for him. Full moon, Dak. This guy, surprisingly, not getting much credit. Maybe people are looking at the opponent, but he doesn't have his number 1 receiver. He didn't have 4 starting offensive linemen in the game, and he still goes 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. So a full moon for Dak. I've got another moon that I wanted to hand out, and we've talked plenty about James Franklin. What about the other side? What a cool story. And to have Rick Neuheisel in studio for CBS reacting to the moment of his son, Jerry Neuheisel, now the offensive coordinator for UCLA. If you were not following, he was not the offensive coordinator for UCLA last week. He left, the guy that left the program. And so Rick's son, Jerry, is a tight ends coach. They make him the offensive coordinator this week. And look at what happened. They put, 42 on that vaunted Penn State defense? That was really cool. And they were flashing back to Rick Neuheisel being carried off the field when UCLA beat Penn State at the Rose Bowl. And then you have this moment for his son, Jerry Neuheisel. I thought that was really cool. So for that one, I decided to hand out a micro moon, maybe something that Jake Hassan has heard on the weekend before. So micro moon for Jerry Neuheisel there. Paul Aspen, do you have any moons?
Just happy to be following that up. I will also go a half moon each to the Colts and the Lions, who've kept me alive in Survivor. And actually, Joe, what was it? So Phillies Dodgers was Saturday night. So I was able to grab a 65 on Teoscar Sunday morning before it moved all the way down. So
really,
once again, we're aligned. Shocker. Yeah, there were 25s out there. So let's go Teoscar. And also, what is that Phillies fan that talking crap? What? They know better. They know better.
It's a kid.
That's on them. Okay, fair enough. Although I don't know. You get in the stands with some of those Philly fan kids, they'll be all up in your business.
Yeah.
All right, I will go. I don't know if you guys are aware. There's a rare harvest supermoon and a bright Saturn doubleheader in the forecast for tonight. If you're into moons and planets and stuff, I guess. So I'm going to go in rare harvest supermoon to Jam Miller and Tyler Lockett. Woo! Wow. Jam Miller finished putting the Diego Pavia and Vandy in a coffin. Undeservedly so, maybe. But they saved a couple toes for me. So Jam Miller covering the 10.5, actually covering all numbers against Vandy. And then Tyler Lockett. I mean, recovering that fumble wacko play for the Titans, knocking out a bunch of people in Survivor for in that Titans-Arizona game. So those are the rare harvest supermoon.
On Friday, I had mentioned I had a feeling something crazy would happen in the NFL. And Paul, you were like, well, what's the move? What do you do? And I didn't really have a response. Like, if you think that's going to happen. And I was thinking about it over the weekend as we were getting closer. I was like, the answer to Paul's question is New England, because not a lot of people are on New England. And that apparently was not the answer either, because they were low owned, but they lose as well. Yeah, it was a wild weekend. Jake Hassan.
Buffalo, you mean?
What's that? Did I say
Buffalo?
KC?
You said New England.
Yeah.
Okay, Buffalo. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Buffalo was the move, I think, but that was wrong too. What a wild weekend. Hey, Jake.
Hi, Joseph. How are you?
You have a micro moon to hand out?
No, I think you usually hand those out, is what I heard. But I would like to turn everyone's attention first to Saturn's moon, Enceladus, which is also known as the Tiger Moon. Tigres take game 1. We were on that. They lose game 2, but goes to extras. They were all over it. They had every chance to win that game. You lose the Scooble game. That sucks. But you still take 1 in Seattle. I think the Tigers are still going to win the series. I love that.
Jake, we're dead. We're dead.
We're not dead.
Okay.
Why?
Yeah, why are we dead?
You lost that game? Because you lost that game.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you proved on the other side of that coin, you proved you can win the non-Scooble games though too. Like I don't know. I think you're way live still. And then the second one, also baseball, the migration moon, which has to do with birds and their migration patterns. How about those Blue Jays, baby?
Blue Jays.
I was smiling like the Cheshire Cat yesterday as the Blue Jays just pound the Yankees into dust. I was so happy. That grand slam, you would have thought I was born. You would have thought I was Mr. Canada when Vlad hit that grand slam. Blue Jays, 2-0, migration moon as they head to New York.
Let's go. That ball was killed to the moon.
You know what? Since we're
no doubt.
Since we're here, Jake, since we're here, do you have it? Do you have the call? The Vladdy call?
If you buy me like 10 seconds.
Okay. S'il vous plaît, in français.
Wait, is what Gersh put in the chat true? There's no way, right?
He gave Mark Sanchez the Hunter's moon.
Bro, I cannot get over that story. I don't know what we're allowed to say. Fox, you didn't just don't say anything. Don't say anything until it comes out. Like those, pretending like, oh, we're in their feelings, and there's no way you can win with that. Just don't say anything. Brady Quinn made it though. We're all very happy. Brady Quinn was there. I mean, I still can't get over Mark Sanchez. The details that are coming out. Apparently there's video. Terrible. I'm sure we'll all see it. Yeah. Awful. Served to get stabbed, from what I've heard. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk to Mia O'Brien on the Jaguars next. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Nice cut, big run. ETN with a nice move, and he breaks free for the touchdown.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Week 5 closes out tonight. You've got the Jacksonville Jaguars hosting the Kansas City Chiefs. The Jags a 3.5-point favorite, lowish total of 45.5. So we want to get some intel on the Jacksonville side of things. And on tonight's matchup, we bring in Mia O'Brien at Mia O'Brien TV over on X. She now joins us on the show. Mia, how you doing this morning?
Good, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on. Happy Monday.
We hear it's a big one down there today, and understandably so. It's Monday night. Mahomes in town. Trevor Lawrence got to play, toe-to-toe with Mahomes. But I think all conversations, at least from my side of the fence, have to involve the Jags defense, which has been unbelievable this year, opportunistic, very turnover-friendly. What has been different this year to last year on the defensive side of the ball?
Obviously, new defensive coordinator. And what's interesting about that matchup, gentlemen, is this idea of the Jaguars going from running the most press man defensive outfit in the National Football League to now being a predominantly zone operation. Yes, certainly there have been moments where we've given up the underneath route, but that's the nature of this the defense philosophically speaking. Wow, words are hard for Anthony Campanile. But I think even more than just the switch in scheme, which allows players to make plays on the ball, have eyes on the ball pretty much 24/7, it is how they are coached. And I've heard this from players anecdotally, this idea of this new staff came in and the focus was not, hey, here's your playbook. It was, hey, we're going to teach you basic operations. Like, this is what a corner route looks like that a wide receiver is running. This is what an out route looks like. They went totally to basics. And then additionally, the emphasis on punching the ball out. That was a trademark of Anthony Campanile's time at Boston College when he was the co-DC in 2018 and 2019. Certainly carried over in his time in Green Bay when he was reunited with his old friend Jeff Hafley. And you are seeing it come to fruition here with the Jacksonville Jaguars in 2025, where yes, 13 takeaways, but so many of those forced fumbles have been forced by Jaguars players punching the ball out and just rallying to the football and tackling in a way that we haven't seen in quite some time.
It's always an interesting conversation, especially from where Jacksonville was last year, forcing the fewest amount of turnovers. And now already after a month of football, they've created more takeaways than all of last season. And I think it's important to stress what you bring up about why it's happening, because a lot of times, especially in the gambling racket, people are like, it's so random. You can't control fumbles. That's just not true. Like, me and Sam both covered the Bears when Lovie Smith was there. You had the peanut punch with Charles Tillman. We've seen it with other teams, with like the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, oh, well, there was a reason that those same defenses were performing at that level for a good decade or so. When the takeaway conversation comes up, how do you view it? Did you ever view it as random, or is it like covering this team thinking, you know what, it's hard to sustain this level, but it's not going to be like it was before?
I'm glad you brought up the peanut Tillman punch, because that's what Anthony Campanile and the staff bring up. That, I believe, is coached. That is sustainable. The forced fumbles, I don't want to predict that they're going to have one per game the rest of the way, but that is philosophically how they are attacking offenses and how they are bringing offensive players down to the ground. And if that has been built into who they are as defensive players individually, let alone as a unit, that is sustainable. Because I'm right there with you guys. And we've asked Liam Cohen, we've asked Campanelli, we've asked players on this team, like, at what point in time do you say the ball's not going to physically bounce your way this many times? There will be regression to the mean. But ultimately, while maybe the ball won't be thrown their way, quite like Brock Purdy hit a wide open Devin Lloyd in the middle of the field in San Francisco last Sunday, maybe that doesn't happen each and every Sunday. But I do think this idea of being the more physical outfit is so ingrained in who this new generation of Jaguars are under this new regime that part of their defensive operation is sustainable. And so again, and that's just from talking to people in the building, like they've agreed. They're like, it's probably not sustainable to be averaging 3.5 takeaways per game. That's probably not normal. However, they do believe that they can force at least one a game by following the philosophies and how this team is coached.
When you hear that the Chiefs are only a 3.5 point favorite in Jacksonville, what's your reaction to that?
The line hasn't moved since Xavier Worthy and the injury. Like, you tell me, like, are you guys a little surprised by like that, like Sunday night, they get to Jacksonville and suddenly he has 2 injuries, like, and hadn't been on the injury report up until then. Like, that's a little sketchy to me. On my podcast, Club 904, he was the X factor that we identified. And certainly that comes after being the leading rusher in the Chiefs win over the Ravens last week, although that Ravens defense, not necessarily world beaters this year. But point being, the ability for Worthy to not only stretch the field vertically in the passing game, but to also be perhaps their most sound electric runner, or at the very least, the most dynamic runner out of the backfield, if it's on jet sweeps or reverses. That for me is where maybe this Jags defense that is built to run from sideline to sideline gets stretched thin a little bit. So if you don't have him, I thought there might be at least a little bit of movement on that line, but I'm not surprised. And neither are the Jags, that 3.5 point spread has been set by Vegas, because ultimately they're rallying around this idea of, they know that everyone else is basing them off of previous Jaguars teams, but they are refusing to speak about previous Jaguars teams. Josh Hines-Allen in the locker room last week, when it was brought to his attention that he has never beaten the Kansas City Chiefs, the Jaguars have not beaten the Chiefs since 2009. He said, okay, well, Robert Hainsey wasn't here last year. Liam Cohen hasn't been here. It doesn't affect them, so why should it affect me? And that's a very fresh perspective than we've seen in Jacksonville in my 8 years covering the team.
How have the Jaguars been this year at limiting the most explosive players on the other side?
I will tell you, statistically speaking, the stat came out yesterday. I'm going to make sure I pull it up. This is, I believe, from PFF. I know I was the one who actually pulled it, so I should probably know exactly where I got it from, right? That would be good. No, it's from our friends at Underdog Fantasy. Throws deep over the middle that were allowed. In terms of deep middle throw attempts in the National Football League, the Jaguars have faced the second most attempts over the middle of the field, and Anthony Campanelli's defense has allowed the least amount of total EPA in the National Football League in that category. So yeah, teams are trying to stretch this defense. They're trying to do whatever they can to get past them. They have identified, and yes, it's true, the safety position is probably, it's the most steady while also being perhaps the highest, it's the highest floor, lowest ceiling. How does that sound? And so I think that teams have identified that mismatch, because Dewey Wingard is a little limited athletically, although I would never put anything past him, coupled with Eric Murray, who had his fair share of warts when he was in Houston, although the people in this building believe in him. And then you couple in the third safety, kind of a rotating door since Darnell Savage was sent packing and released. Antonio Johnson is in his second full year, actually really contributing on the defensive side of the ball. So yeah, teams have tried that over the middle shot, but it's just not working for them.
As for Brian Thomas Jr., I don't want to get hot takey and say that he's regressed, but the stats have certainly regressed. I'm just curious, is that something that they're worried about, concerned about, or are they just assuming it's all going to come out in the wash?
They're hoping it's going to come out in the wash. They were definitely concerned with the drops, weeks 2 and weeks 3. I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that. Like there was concern. There was never a lack of faith in Brian, but there was just kind of like, okay, now this is kind of weird. And all of a sudden, Parker Washington, who has the most reliable hands of any wide receiver on this team, is now dropping the ball. Is there something in the water? But ultimately, you saw against the San Francisco 49ers, yes, every single one of the completions that Brian Thomas Jr. was able to haul in were outbreaking routes. And a lot of folks believe that that was by design. Liam Cohen told me when I asked about it last Monday that no, Brian actually identified that that was a soft spot in the defensive coverage. And he told Trevor, just keep feeding me there. Maybe it's because that's where he's comfortable. Maybe it's truly because he saw a mismatch and said, let's exploit it. I do think you will see, for better or worse, Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen continue to target Brian Thomas Jr. over the middle of the field because they do believe he can be a top 10 wide receiver in the National Football League. And if he's to enter that stratosphere, he has to be able to catch those tightly contested balls on in-breaking routes over the middle of the field that, there's been questions through 4 weeks of the season. Is he shying away from contact? The idea of that game against the Pittsburgh Steelers in preseason, that one, oh no, here she goes. I'm not going to say toward the hospital ball. That maybe he's a little gun shy. I don't think that that's the case, but they are going to have to build him back into catching balls and route tree accordingly to being a top 10 wide receiver, because that is when this offense is at its best.
With me, O'Brien. She does a great job covering the Jaguars. Find her on ESPN Radio. All right, Travis Hunter. A lot of excitement around that pick, a lot of chatter. How are they going to use him? Well, explain how they have used Hunter so far, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's matchup based, and I think that was always the goal. In addition to, they were never going to give him a full workload his rookie year. It has been stressed from every person I've spoken to in the building at the Miller Electric Center that trading for Travis Hunter was not hey, we're going to light the world on fire year one, and that's the goal, and we're going to sustain that level of production. If you did, great. But the goal was always, we are going to train him at the slot position his rookie year. He is exclusively going to play there. Then we will build him and build his knowledge of the offensive playbook to run more of the X, the Z route, or Z position, coupled with on the defensive side of the ball, because they do believe that is his more natural position. He, while yes, spending 50% of his time during training camp working out at both positions, I would argue that in terms of which of the two, if you needed to focus a little bit more on, like they did in the offseason program back in the spring, it was offense. It was developing him as a more nuanced route runner. And so I think that on defense, because Jarian Jones got banged up week 2, Buster Brown didn't play until last week because of the foot injury he suffered during training camp. That cornerback position opposite Tyson Campbell, outside of when they're in base and Jordan Lewis slides outside, it's been kind of a rotating door. And this idea of at what point in time do you have to just say it's Travis Hunter's spot until it isn't, because he is the most naturally talented cover corner we have opposite Campbell and outside of Lewis, who has been arguably one of the Jaguars' best players. And I think it's going to be based on the matchups. And so I'm curious what they think of this Chiefs wide receiving core, especially if Xavier Worthy doesn't go tonight. Tyquan Thornton is another guy who I have circled as an X factor. How do you account for him? Well, also accounting for, of course, number 87, who, while yes, is certainly on the back nine of his career, Travis Kelce has done damage against the Jaguars in the past. Do you put a Devin Lloyd or a middle linebacker on him? Do you put a safety on him? Or do you continue to play the zone defensive scheme that they've been playing through 4 weeks?
If Jacksonville pulls the upset tonight, who gets the game ball on offense? What's your prediction? Is there a player we should be looking at prop-wise, things like that?
Well, it's funny that, I was a little delayed in getting on with you guys because I was doing my hair. I don't know why I curled my hair, because it has been raining pretty much intermittently the last 3 weeks here in Jacksonville, and it is expected to culminate tonight. We'll have the most rain we've had in quite some time throughout the day today. We are being told that the rain should subside by kickoff. But obviously that would suggest that the Jaguars will lean into what has been their bread and butter on offense through 4 weeks of the season, the run game and Travis Etienne. So look, I'm not going to tell you that you should be buying your Travis Etienne and Bashal Tutin stock, but I would think that the Jaguars, again, philosophically, this comes from the very top. They want to be the more physical outfit. They want to win in the trenches. Yes. Would they like to see Trevor Lawrence throw the ball around the yard? Absolutely. But for Liam Cohen and this new regime, it starts and it ends with we need to be the more physical outfit and move another man against his will. And that starts on offense in the run game. So I would expect Travis Etienne and Bashal Tutin to get a healthy dose here tonight in the run game, and perhaps a little bit in the receiving game as well, because that short passing game is obviously an extension of the run game and Liam Cohen's offense.
All right, good. Like to hear that. I'm expecting a lower scoring game, and it sounds like you are a little bit tonight too. I know you also pay close attention to the Florida Gators.
Mm-hmm.
They got another tough one. Now it's Texas A&M, as if LSU, Miami, Texas wasn't enough. Now it's Texas A&M. Is DJ Lagway as confounding as a player to figure out what the hell you're going to get on a week-to-week basis as anyone you've ever covered?
I hate making the excuse, because I do agree, he has not been healthy. like since he arrived in Gainesville, you could make the argument because obviously he got hurt as soon as he started starting last year after Graham Mertz went down. So like I get this argument of he really wasn't healthy when he led them to an 8-win campaign his freshman year. Then this offseason, he was never healthy because it was one injury after another. I found it so interesting, like 2-3 weeks ago when the Fire Billy chants were coming out in full force again. I found it so interesting how people in Gainesville just kept saying, we need to get to the bye week because DJ really hasn't had a full week of practice. He's really only been throwing the football for 5 weeks. And like, I was just like, that's an excuse to me. But clearly he looked as good as he's looked, right? I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know if it carries over against A&M. I also think A&M is kind of due. Not that I don't think they're a good outfit, but I feel like at some point in time, like, we're going to, see regression to the mean, kind of like we did last night with the Buffalo Bills and the New England Patriots. I don't know if it's in the way of the Florida Gators, but I wouldn't put it past. I also think real chicken or the egg question is DJ Lagway back or is Arch Manning and this Texas entire operation just not who we thought they were when the season began in earnest in August.
Mia O'Brien, check her out. ESPN Radio and the Club 904 podcast at Mia O'Brien TV over on X. Thank you, Mia. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, good stuff. Mia O'Brien, expecting a lot of running the football. I was also considering that as well. If you're going to go the ETN route, we're going to find out where the room is at with a lot of the props as far as tonight goes. Did it bring you any clarity? Does it help you out? I know you're on Chiefs -3.5.
The Worthy stuff is alarming. You're right about that. To be downgraded to questionable. Was not expecting that heading into the weekend. I wish I would have known that on Friday.
That helps. But they like to lie to us again and again. Oh, well. Joe O, Sammy P, where's the room? We'll find out next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Max Fried a donné un but sur balle à Springer, a retiré Schneider sur 3 prises. 2 et 1 à Vladimir. La balle est frappée d'aplomb. Grand stem, Vladimir Guerrero.
Quelle série il connaît jusqu'à présent. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Il y a tout. Où que c'était frappé fort, c'est sorti pressé. 415 pieds du mort.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
A 2-0 lead in a best of 5. Blue Jays over the Yankees. There's the Vladdy homer there. Joe O, Sammy P. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Sam, they're up against it. Lives on the line. Your playoff lives are on the line. What are you going to do on Tuesday when you go home to the Bronx? Rodon. Let's see it. Your boy.
No, not my boy at all. Never was, never will be.
Man, looking forward to that. If you're thinking, hey, maybe the Yankees will win 3 straight games, I understand where you're coming from. It certainly happened before. They're already up against it after losing 2 games on the road. I don't think it's a great payout. Like, it's plus 425 on the Yankee side. They've got to win 3 straight games against the Blue Jays, who have just been smoking the baseball. I think it's going to be tough to do, but we'll see. I wouldn't be making that bet. Would you, Sam?
No, I would need a little bit more than that. And I, again, had no pulse on what to do in the baseball playoffs until somebody said, hey, go bet Toronto. So I hope they win this and then move on to the next round and then win that round. And then at that point, I can do whatever I want. I'm kicking myself, though. Corby last Tuesday tells me to bet Teoscar Hernandez at 100-1, World Series MVP.
Okay.
I did not listen to Corby. And then you and Paul made the same bet. And I'm standing here with lint in my pockets with no Teoscar Hernandez World Series bets. And I'm very sad. It's my own fault. It's my own fault. I didn't get there. I don't know why. I have no Dodger stock. None on the team and none on Teoscar Hernandez. And I am very sad about that.
I've got some on the team. Teoscar's 45. Does that do anything for you? Or you're like, no, I'm just going to sit out at this point?
I'll just sit out because I should have bet 100 and I didn't.
Well, they could lose, and then the number bumps up a little bit. Like if the Dodgers lose game 2, I've been thinking, like, part of me was actually fine if they would have lost game 1, and I would have bet them for the World Series again at a better number. But now it's going to be tough. So what's the number now? Now best I see is plus 260. So if they lose, we're probably back to where we were.
Sure.
I might go in again.
But then they go back to Los Angeles and, they likely win game 3. So you should feel good if you're a Dodger supporter. I imagine Philly fans are not too excited. Again, we mentioned this earlier, tough weekend if you're a Penn State fan that roots for the Phillies and Eagles. Not a great Saturday and Sunday, but Paul did try and warn us about this. He told us, I can't remember the exact terminology, but I believe it was something to the extent of Dodgers shove. Right, Paul?
More or less.
And
exactly
Broncos.
how I felt. And Broncos. I was
We
on
were
the
aligned on
Broncos too.
Yeah.
And I'm not a Penn State guy. So you know what? Not the worst weekend in the world for some of us.
Do you root for them to lose, or you just don't care?
More against than
You don't like the Penn State. You don't like that.
You see the wheels spinning there? He's like, what am I supposed to say here?
He's like thinking, yes, I want them to lose every game. But he wasn't sure if you wanted to go down that road.
But we're there. Yeah. No, I mean, I had to grow up in Penn State country. So, yes, this gives me joy.
So who'd you root for? Did you have a college
I came
team?
from a Notre Dame family.
Okay.
So again, like it was either Notre Dame or Penn State, and Penn State people hated the Notre Dame people, and I didn't really care about Penn State because there wasn't much to care about. But yeah,
Why would Penn State hate Notre Dame? That's interesting. Well, everybody hates Notre Dame, I guess.
Do you remember the commercial? I'm sort of dating this here. This is when the Big Ten Network first started. They had all the coaches line up for a commercial, and it was, at the time, Kirk Ferentz, I believe Rich Rod was the coach at Michigan, Urban Myers at Ohio State, or maybe it was Tressel, actually. I don't remember all the specifics of who the coaches were. And it was all the coaches saying, like, come to Illinois, come to Indiana, come to Michigan. And then at the very end of the commercial, it was a very old Joe Paterno. Come to Penn State!
I remember that.
It was like the weirdest commercial ever. And then shortly after, you had the scandal, and it was like, oh, that's even weirder now. Because he was like, come to Penn State! Very, very funny looking back at that commercial. You remember the commercial, right, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. Thank you.
It was so weird.
It was a weird commercial.
Weird.
Yeah.
It was a weird couple years. Weird.
Yeah, definitely
weird.
weird.
We got a lot to get to here with the NFL and Major League Baseball tonight. So let's find out where the room's at.
Where's the room?
Paul Aspen, you want to start NFL or Major League Baseball?
Let's do NFL. So what was the number we said earlier? 3 Chiefs props over under?
3.5, Joe said.
3.5. Yeah.
Cash those unders. Not even a sweat.
Yes.
Woo. Good call.
But
that was a dog too.
I don't know. I guess Trevor Lawrence under could go either way. So number 5, most bet prop at BetMGM. For tonight's Monday Night Football game between the Chiefs and the Jaguars, number 5, Trevor Lawrence under 220.5 passing yards at -115.
I agree with that. I understand that. I'm not fading it.
Number 4, Xavier Worthy over 51.5 receiving yards at -115.
Yeah, you knew it.
Yep. Yeah.
I'll be curious to see what his status is. I mean, as I say that, I fully expect him to play. And I guess Ian Rappaport was on NFL Network this morning saying that he's fine and expected to go, and that the injury is a precaution. But there's a good chance that he's just out there for decoy purposes. Like maybe they don't really push him. So when a guy's got a bad ankle, playing or not, that's not somebody I would rush to bet. But that's not what the room thinks. So the room is betting over on Worthy.
This might be the one. Travis Hunter over 27.5 receiving yards at -140.
Oh, 140. Ugh.
I don't even care about the juice. Like, wouldn't you just take the under either way? In Spag?
He's got 13 catches all year in 4 games.
Yeah, his high mark is 42 last week against San Francisco. Low mark 21 against Houston. Good defense. He had only 22 against the Bengals. Bad defense.
Current number at BetMGM is 30.5. Juice to the under at -118.
That might be the one. All right.
Number 2.
After Mia O'Brien says, not really worried about him in year number 1. They're trying to grow the man and grow the
grow the man.
Team.
Baby steps.
The room is like, let's bet his over. Let's slam his over at -140.
We recognize the name. All right. Travis Etienne Jr. over 63.5 at -115, 63.5 rushing yards at -115. Your second most bet prop at BetMGM.
Expected ETN to be in the top 5. I'm not betting it, expected it, because there's nobody else in the Jaguars offense that you can trust this year.
And the number one most bet prop at BetMGM for tonight, especially if he's banged up, maybe they don't put him in this situation. Xavier Worthy over 2.5 rushing yards at -110.
Here we go.
2.5 is very funny. Yeah. Oh, well, how many did he have last game? Oh, now it's only 2.5. I like the over.
Was it 1.5 last week? Something like that.
Yeah, but he had how many rushing yards last week? 38. So
How many rushes?
This is the microcosm of the room. He had 38 last week. He only needs 3. Of course.
2 rushes on 2 carries. Luck. Yeah, it's just a random
Bad ankle.
thing. All right.
Bad ankle, too, on top.
All right.
I don't
Let's go
really love
baseball.
fading Worthy like that, but I mean,
I don't either.
now that it's
Not
the
for
number
3
one prop
yards.
in the room, well, he's not going to have a carry. That's what's going to happen. He's going to have no carries tonight.
I'd rather go against Hunter on the receiving yards.
Yeah.
It's a good call. All right, Major League
All right,
Baseball. What are we
baseball?
thinking?
All right, so these are the most bet props. We'll go game by game, top 5 for each game. So Cubs Brewers most bet props at BetMGM. Turang over half a single at even money. Eminaga over 3.5 strikeouts at even money. Yelich over half a run at +125. Ashby over 1.5 strikeouts at -185.
Oh
And
my
Eminaga. Wait, hold on. What? Hold on. The room is split. The room is split. Number 4 is Imanaga over 3.5 strikeouts at even money. Number 1 is Imanaga under 3.5 strikeouts at -128. What are we
There's
doing?
a fight. Mom and Dad are fighting.
Mommy doesn't love daddy anymore.
Nope. Hasn't in a while.
Okay. So what do we do with this information?
I don't know.
They really want to bet Managa strikeouts that bad? Stupid. All right, so Jake, how long is Ashby expected to pitch?
It'll probably be short. I mean, just knowing what we know about the Brewers and how they like to utilize their bullpen too, I'm not expecting a long leash
He threw
here.
Saturday. He threw Saturday, right? Inning and a third.
So they bet over 1.5 at -180. That's the bet?
-185, yeah.
To go over 1.5 strikeouts.
Right.
Yes.
And I'm looking throughout the year, the most he threw was 2 innings. Well, okay, middle of the season, there's a 3 2/3, but that's not happening. Yeah. He usually goes about 1 to 2 innings.
I think that's an under bet. I mean,
+145 on the under.
I have to. Okay.
Wow.
Especially
Okay.
with the juice, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Dodgers
Phillies.
Most bet.
Yep.
Yeah, most bet props is the Dodgers take the Phillies to the woodshed. Number 5, Freddie Freeman under half a hit at +165. Bohm under 1.5 total hits, runs, and RBI at -115. Number 3, Luzardo, Jesus Luzardo over 5.5 strikeouts at -141.
Okay.
Freddie Freeman under half a single, I guess also related to under half a hit at -110. And number 1 most bet prop, Ohtani over half a home run +210.
+210 home run prop. in the playoffs.
Yep. Gotta bet it.
Yep.
Can't fade that one, though. I don't really want to lay minus 250 that he's not going to homer.
Right.
No. How about the Freeman fade? I think that's kind of interesting. Yeah. Lefty on lefty.
Freddie Freeman against Jesus Luzardo in his career, by the way. 4 for 11, a double, a triple, and a home run.
So why are they doing this? Does he
because they're stupid. That's why. Because they're stupid. That's why they're doing it.
Okay.
They're fading Freeman and backing Luzardo.
Okay, so you go down 0-2, you're dead. It's over. It's done. How much is Luzardo going to pitch? Any sign of trouble, you would think he's gone, right? And you're facing the best lineup in baseball. And they're betting over at minus 141. That might be the one.
I think you know what to do. I think you know.
Yep. We know. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats. Coming up next, our lightning bets for tonight in the world of sports. We'll hit that on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
If you thought Sam was excited about Case of the Mondays, Monday Moons, the market moves, anything else we did today, even the room, nothing compared to what we're about to do. All right, Sam, set it up. Which voices are we going to hear? What are we going to hear?
Well, I have the list. I wrote down the 10 coaches that I recognized. I think this is when the Big Ten only had 10 teams, believe it or not. I want to see if you can guess any of the ones that are in here. This will be an audio clip, obviously, because we're not going to play the video. This is when the Big Ten Network started 15 years ago. They had all the coaches basically sit down on a couch to pitch recruits, and they turned this into a 60-second commercial. The end is the best part with Paterno, which we talked about in the last segment. Come to Penn State! So you'll hear that at the very end. But this is from the Big Ten Network. We're going to rip it, and then we'll see how many coaches that you can recognize, Joe.
We'd love to have you at Ohio State.
You know, we really want you at Michigan.
Hey, you'd look good in green or white.
Illinois is calling you.
We'd love to have you at Penn State.
You'd look good in purple. We're the U of I.
We're Iowa.
We're IU. We're the U of M.
Big W on the helmet.
You know, cream and crimson would look good on you.
We've got a great program here.
You like passing? We like passing.
You know about our Buckeye leads, right?
We really think you're terrific. You know, we're the winningest program in history. We got this new stadium coming.
Well, I'm back at you.
We think you're special.
We play 5 quarters.
We're going to run the spread. Come help us defend the rock. We're the cradle quarterbacks.
You'd look great in black and gold.
You can make a difference.
You've got what it takes.
I thought you told me you want to be the best. Do you like roses?
Look, our helmet's got wings. Come to Ohio State.
Come to Wisconsin.
Indiana.
Iowa, Purdue,
Illinois. Michigan. Northwestern. Minnesota.
Michigan State.
Come to Penn State.
Come to Penn State.
What linebacker you?
It's
all right.
So funny. Who'd you
So
get?
obviously-
Who'd you pick up on?
You had Paterno there, obviously.
Yep.
Definitely Tressel was at Ohio State.
Yeah, Tressel, yeah, because Urban was still at Florida. So Tressel's on there for sure.
You can't miss Ron Zook's voice either. You could tell.
Nope. Cannot.
Zook.
Cannot. I interviewed Zook once upon a time ago.
Pat Fitzgerald was there at Northwestern until they got rid of him.
You'd look good in purple.
Yeah. They didn't use a lot of fits. I didn't pick up on a lot of fits in that one.
Come on,
What
your
else?
guy. We're the cradle of quarterbacks. You love passing. We love passing. Who's that?
Oh, was that Tiller?
Joe Tiller.
Which one was
yes,
Tiller?
sir. That was him.
Breeze and all that. And what else did we pick up on? Oh, who's at Michigan then? Was it
Rich Rod.
It was Rich Rod. Okay.
Mhm.
It wasn't Carr. Okay. And is that all the ones which schools did I miss?
Iowa, Michigan State, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Indiana.
Iowa, we know who it was. Iowa, the same
Yep.
guy's been there forever.
Ferentz.
Yep, Ferentz. And Bielema?
Bielema. Doing really good here, Joe.
Wisconsin. And then Minnesota.
I wouldn't have got this one. I had to look it up.
Yeah, I'd be guessing.
Tim Brewster.
Oh, I was going to guess
And then-
Glenn Mason. Yeah.
Bill Lynch at Indiana. And
No
Mark
chance.
D'Antoni at Michigan State.
Oh, that's right. He did well there. Did well.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Can we get the just Paterno part? Like, if not today, on a future day, we're going to
right
that as a
now.
drop.
I want it right now at the very end. It's so awkward.
Like, the producer that did that, do you think there was a conversation? Do we air this? Like, he clearly is wearing a diaper right now. Do we want to air this?
As he was saying the state, you heard.
Yeah.
Jake, can we hear the end one more time? Just the very last part of it.
Come to Penn State.
Oh, it came out.
Oh, whew.
There's no doubt
That's
about
funny.
it.
I don't know why I remember that commercial, but it's a classic.
How do you forget it?
classic.
As soon as you mentioned it, I hadn't seen it. Like, how old is that thing? 20 years?
15.
Like, what year was that?
15 years. 15.
Okay. Yeah, if you've seen it, if you watch the Big Ten Network and you would see that commercial, you can't forget it. You can't erase that from your brain. I remembered right away what you were talking about. It was so strange. Who did the worst of the commercial? Fitzy?
I mean, Paterno was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
Well, yeah, but you remembered it, but just didn't resonate at all. You're not going to remember.
Probably Fitz.
Who was speaking.
Probably Fitz. I thought you were the best. I thought you wanted to be the best. That's what Fitz said in the commercial.
Yeah. Now, go get tortured by your teammates in the locker room.
My sides hurt. Like, I laughed so hard during that. My sides literally hurt from laughing.
And then, funny enough, we get Penn State Northwestern this weekend. 21 and a half. That'll be interesting. People will be watching that one. Fire alert. If they somehow lose, do you do it that week? You come up with the $50 million for Franklin.
Yes. If you lose
so.
to the Kitty Meows at home, yes, you're out. That's it.
I mean, if you don't cover, it might be a conversation because now you're 0-6 ATS. And the people with the money are really upset about that.
Somebody told me they think it happens at the end of the season.
Okay.
For sure. Like, no bones about it. But if they lose to Northwestern at home,
it was set up for them to finally have that run. Okay, it's perfect. Look at how the schedule sets up, what else is happening around the country and the players that went pro and all that. Like, you got everybody back. Everybody's here. And look at where we are. Boy, a lot of season left. It might be 3, might be 4 losses for that team. And people are actually going to be paying attention to that game against Northwestern. All right, Lightning Bet Sam, where are you going to take us?
I'm on Kansas City. The market is 3.5. I'll still play it at 3.5, although I did tell people to play it on Friday at -3. If you missed the show Friday, don't love it as much, but I still think the Chiefs are going to win, and I don't think it's going to be by a field goal. So Chiefs, like 27-17, kind of where I'm at. I think Jacksonville is a good team. I'm just not sure that they're going to beat the Chiefs on Monday Night Football, and I do expect Worthy to play. So probably fade the Hunter prop too, right? Is that the room prop we want to go against, Travis Hunter receiving yards?
Oh, yeah. Travis Hunter. I think that's a good one to go against. Yep.
Okay. And that number is 30.5, right, Paul? Is that that's the highest number in the market?
The current number at BetMGM is 30.5, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So the public loved 27.5 and bet it up to 30.5. So I'll go under 30.5 at, looks like -118. So count me in for Chiefs -3.5 and Hunter under 30.5.
Yeah, that Hunter play is probably going to end up being a show bet. In addition, I like the under in the game tonight. We're at 45.5 for the Chiefs and the Jaguars. A lot goes into it with these two defensive coordinators, and it looks like there's a possibility we do get rain where it bleeds into the game, but sounds like it's going to be raining throughout the day there. It's going to be run heavy, so I like playing the under in that one. As far as, man, the room is like opening my eyes to a few things. It makes me think that Freddie Freeman's going to have a game tonight because they're fading him in multiple props just because, I guess, a lefty's on the mound. I don't understand that. As long as he's in the lineup in his normal spot, he's expected to play. You might want to look at Freeman. Total bases over 1.5 is +125. I had to look at home run because that's how the room goes. 5-1. Freddie Freeman for a home run. But we talked about fading their idea of Ashby over and Luzardo over on the strikeouts. So both would be plus money if you faded them. So I think those are worth taking a look. So there you go. Paul Aspen, what do you think for Lightning bets today?
I'm actually also on the under, 45.5. I mean, the Chiefs, I know that game against the Ravens flew over, but other than that, more looking more like an under team. They went over by a half in week 1 against the Chargers, over 47.5 by half a point, but double digits, did not get close to the under against the Giants, or over, did not get close to the total against the Giants, did not get close to the total against the Eagles. And with that defense, so under 45.5, and I will go, maybe not totally aligned, but someone's going to score a touchdown. Hunter Long for the Jaguars. He's gotten a couple red zone looks last week. He's got 6 targets over the last 2 weeks. It's 17-1 for an anytime touchdown.
Whoa.
I'll throw that out there.
Okay. All right. We got a tweet here from Drunk Bowler 857. His name's Harry. He says, Freeman, ladder, moon. I hear you. All right, Jake, where you at tonight? Baseball?
I mean, it has to be Freeman, right? Plus 475 home run, plus 115 over bases. I've never been more confident in anything in my life than I am that Freddie Freeman's hitting a homer tonight.
Yep, it's pretty strong. Anything else?
No. I mean, if anything, I would just look at Brewers team total overs as well. I think the Brewers are still going to win the series. I still like them tonight.
How about that Cubs game on Saturday? Holy smokes.
Womp womp.
Turn it on, it was over. Boyd on short rest. Bad idea, Council. They were ready to rock, man. That was their first playoff game. That place was loud up there. It didn't sound like there were a lot of Cub fans that made that short trip up to Milwaukee. So we'll see if that
of course
continues.
We couldn't get that last round, of course. But come to Penn State.
Gotta make that a staple on the show. Oh man, Paterno in the diaper. More of that coming up here on BetSweats. Join us tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. We're here weekdays on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to BetSweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.